Philly, that's the place where I was born at. On the north side, where the lights was never on at. We window shop before we really shop. We can't afford that. They banning laws, they telling all the girls you can't abort that. 300 murders, and it's still counting. Shit is serious. My young at 12 used to the murder. He ain't scared of it, cause he from North Philly where you bound to see some scary shit. He dying with a frown on his face. He dead serious. Nobody safe. Kids killing kids, nobody raising them. Sidewalks, all the playgrounds, nobody played them. He couldn't aim. He caught a half a kill. They still was praising him, cause all the shots he threw, they hit his back, and that disabled them. When I was young, we played freeze tag and had fun. You can't move until somebody touch you, then it's lit again. Nowadays, they still play tag, but with switches, and believe me, when they tag you, you ain't never gonna be it again. Really been through pain, but it won't break me, I'm a fighter. Ever lose a friend and grow up around this kid that look just like him? Ever stole inside of stores for winter coat cause it be fighting? Ever walked 20 blocks for $10 or some diapers? I know a youngin' played basketball, his mom loved him. That was her only child, so when he died, she started stressing. She still can't believe it. She think that he's still alive. Every morning she wake up, she still make his favorite breakfast. I seen cops stand over niggas until they can't breathe. Seen ops see they op gun jam and cry cause they can't see. Dice game, if one nigga winning, he's feeling antsy. Cause everybody losing is killers. That mean you can't leave. He ain't got a dad but got the streets, so he fine with that. She ain't got a mom but got a body. That's the side effect. He don't play with guns but he can fight. And he died cause that nigga couldn't fight but he could shoot. He got life as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I see mom at the Philly, that's the place where I was born at. On the north side, where the lights was never on at. We window shop before we really shop. We can't afford that. They banning laws, they telling all the girls you can't abort that. 300 murders, and it's still counting. Shit is serious. My young at 12 used to the murder. He ain't scared of it, cause he from North Philly where you bound to see some scary shit. He dying with a frown on his face. He dead serious. Nobody safe. Kids killing kids, nobody raising them. Sidewalks, all the playgrounds, nobody played them. He couldn't aim. He caught a half a kill. They still was praising him, cause all the shots he threw, they hit his back, and that disabled them. When I was young, we played freeze tag and had fun. You can't move until somebody touch you, then it's lit again. Nowadays, they still play tag, but with switches, and believe me, when they tag you, you ain't never gonna be it again. Really been through pain, but it won't break me, I'm a fighter. Ever lose a friend and grow up around this kid that look just like him? Ever stole inside of stores for winter coat cause it be fighting? Ever walked 20 blocks for $10 or some diapers? I know a youngin' played basketball, his mom loved him. That was her only child, so when he died, she started stressing. She still can't believe it. She think that he's still alive. Every morning she wake up, she still make his favorite breakfast. I seen cops stand over niggas until they can't breathe. Seen ops see they op gun jam and cry cause they can't see. Dice game, if one nigga winning, he's feeling antsy. Cause everybody losing is killers. That mean you can't leave. He ain't got a dad but got the streets, so he fine with that. She ain't got a mom but got a body. That's the side effect. He don't play with guns but he can fight. And he died cause that nigga couldn't fight but he could shoot. He got life as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I see mom at the I said self-destruction hidden for. Shit ain't getting better for. Building new jails, man, them crackers getting ready for. Kids getting life, so now the parents really stressing for. Where I'm from, niggas they don't fight, they pull a weapon on you. Everything I talk is all facts, this reality. Bullets flying, bodies dropping, and police brutality. They booked a 16-year-old girl, fuck the Commonwealth. How the fuck you give all that time to try to defend herself? Youngers keep on fucking up their life, I'm getting tired of it. You wanna know the reason? Cause they never had a father figure. I was dead broke, man, I never had a pot to piss. All I ever had was my mom, she always rocking with me. Voice of the youth, so I'ma speak for my community. Everybody hating, why you think it ain't no unity? Old niggas always acting petty, nothing new to me. I was just with you, I end up at your eulogy. The revolution shall be televised, I hope you listen. They bringing back slavery, look at this shit in Libya. Shackles on their feet and their hands, shit ridiculous. Trying to put us back in the field, cotton me picking it. R.I.P. to all of my niggas, moment of silence. Now bring the beat back, cause I just bodied it. Self-destruction. I said self-destruction hidden for. Shit ain't getting better for. Building new jails, man, them crackers getting ready for. Kids getting life, so now the parents really stressing for. Where I'm from, niggas they don't fight, they pull a weapon on you. Everything I talk is all facts, this reality. Bullets flying, bodies dropping, and police brutality. They booked a 16-year-old girl, fuck the Commonwealth. How the fuck you give all that time to try to defend herself? Youngers keep on fucking up their life, I'm getting tired of it. You wanna know the reason? Cause they never had a father figure. I was dead broke, man, I never had a pot to piss. All I ever had was my mom, she always rocking with me. Voice of the youth, so I'ma speak for my community. Everybody hating, why you think it ain't no unity? Old niggas always acting petty, nothing new to me. I was just with you, I end up at your eulogy. The revolution shall be televised, I hope you listen. They bringing back slavery, look at this shit in Libya. Shackles on their feet and their hands, shit ridiculous. Trying to put us back in the field, cotton me picking it. R.I.P. to all of my niggas, moment of silence. Now bring the beat back, cause I just bodied it.
So hold up, let's make new rules. Let's make some new rules. The same way y'all treat the pedophiles. I'm talking to the jails now. The same way y'all treat the pedophiles. The same way y'all treat the rapists. The same way y'all treat the rats. Treat these guys that are killing innocent people the same way. Treat these guys that are killing innocent people the same way. So hold up, let's make new rules. Let's make some new rules. The same way y'all treat the pedophiles. I'm talking to the jails now. The same way y'all treat the pedophiles. The same way y'all treat the rapists. The same way y'all treat the rats. Treat these guys that are killing innocent people the same way. Treat these guys that are killing innocent people the same way.
A community is in mourning following the deadly Mother's Day shooting of a popular Philly rapper. The victim, identified as 30-year-old Quadir Johnson, better known as LGP Qua, the rapper, with a mission to inspire young people through his music. Johnson's been featured on songs with other well-known rappers like French Montana and Tory Lanez, and he often rapped about the city's gun violence crisis.
And as Kelly Rule explains, he was one of several people shot in Philly over a violent weekend.
In a Saturday afternoon in the house, LGP Qua.
And he was just a breath of fresh air.
Multimedia host Mina Lona fondly looks back at this interview with Quadir Johnson, known as LGP Qua, when she was on the radio in Philadelphia several years ago.
His music, a lot of it was a critique on just growing up in poverty and really just like advice for young kids to make the right choices, to be who they are, to not follow the wrong crowd. His music was everything that we wanted to hear from the youth. It was the messaging that our young people needed to hear. And because he was that messenger and because he was that light, it makes us sad that that light is now gone.
Philadelphia police identified Johnson as the 30-year-old man killed in the Juniata Park section of the city on Mother's Day just before 5 p.m. Law enforcement sources tell Fox 29 he was in the area of M and East Luzerne streets with a friend, and they believe 3 individuals wearing masks saw that he was wearing gold chains and took the opportunity to try to rob him, and it ended in a shooting that took his life.
Check.
He performed on Fox 29's The Q back in November of 2019.
It's an active investigation, and there's not much that we can say at this time. There's a lot of detectives, a lot of police working on this case right now. I'm just going to leave it at that.
A violent murder in broad daylight on Mother's Day, unfathomable.
It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it putting nobody in the ground. You get what I'm saying? Because you can't get that back. That means Qua life is gone, and the 3 brothers who actually did that, you know, one day they'll get caught and their lives are done.
Anton of Unity in the Community, an anti-violence advocate who works with youth in the city, says Johnson performed at his yearly block parties and was a positive figure for his kids. A senseless murder, he says, that reinforces his why, especially heading into the summer.
It's a lot of hopeless young people that's in the city of Philadelphia right now. Let's grab them, let's give them a hug, and let's give them opportunity so they can advance themselves in society and feel like they don't need to rob anyone or kill someone to, in life to be successful.
Police say they are actively investigating. Detectives were back in the area today trying to pull surveillance video. If you have any information, you are asked to call 215-686-TIPS. Reporting outside Philadelphia Police Headquarters, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic
DJ HAMP does it.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Right, what's poppin'?
Check. You can hear me?
Yeah, what's goody?
Shit, none. Another Tuesday. Just got out the Discord.
All right, what they talking about?
Sinners.
The movie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I only said it's a wrap for the niggas who ain't went saw it. It's a month.
Oh, yeah. It's a month now, right? Officially?
Yeah.
Yeah, so whoever ain't see it, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Can't keep holding y'all down, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Salute, man. Hit the like button, get the like button. Let's get it popping, man. CT was good, man. Ain't you working right now?
Perfect. Shit like that.
It's actually the perfect person for this. Perfect person for this, man. He been working, man. I click on his shit. It's 9 hours a day, man. Salute. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Damn, man. So what you doing this morning? Eating ice?
I do got some ice just in case.
Just in case what?
I start wanting ice.
Damn, so what that mean? Low iron, right?
Yeah, it's just pica.
Do your teeth hurt?
If my teeth start hurting, I give it a day. But I try to eat soft ice. That's why I always go to Chick-fil-A because they ice real soft.
No, it's not. Ain't no such thing.
Yeah, they got hard ice and then they got soft ice. It's levels.
It might be the density of the piece of the piece, but
no, they got ice that's hard, crunchy. Then they got like soft ice, and then you have like snowball ice. You know what I'm saying?
You saying ice or you saying slush?
Ice.
Ice is ice.
Yeah, they got soft ice.
What you mean?
You ain't never had soft ice?
Well, I'm just saying no because you never had soft ice. Is what I'm saying.
Go to the
composition and makeup of ice is ice.
Go to racetrack. They got people who do this for a living, like the mukbang girls that eat ice. And they big on Instagram. But it's different types of ice. It comes in different shapes, sizes, forms, you know.
No, definitely different shapes and sizes. I 100% agree. But the density of the ice is the same.
Some ice is soft, some ice is crunchy.
No, ice is ice. You talking about slush?
No. You ain't never had hospital ice? They come in little pellets. Isn't it soft?
No, it's ice.
Yes, it is.
You're talking about the size.
You don't eat ice.
I don't eat ice, but I know H2O, and then when you freeze it, the composition doesn't change. Yeah, but I heard that though. It's bad. They say it's real bad for your teeth.
That's all right. People end up with the falsies anyway.
Yeah, we when we was going through the process, eating ice, we thought they was doing us a favor. Couldn't eat shit the next day.
What process?
Just a process. Man, make sure y'all hit the like button. Salute. Let me see when the chat. EP was pop. Wait, am I at the top? Let me see. Mel, you already know. We got E-Dub in the building. Mr. Williams in the building. D-Majesty in the building. I like it. Okay. CC was popping. Oh, is this the movie? Miss Bell, salute. What's popping? Carmen in the building. Almond in the building. Riri in the building. Strada in the building. What's goody? Bino in the building. Was popping. Grape tea. Salute. Salute to the raw bunch, of course. Chris, what up, though? EP in the building. Salute. Aaron, Shalawam. William Graves was popping. Nightbot behaving. That's always a good thing. I mean, what's goody? I ain't see you yesterday. Hope all is well. Rebecca, salute. We'll see Rebecca tonight on the POV. Grape tea was popping, kid. Rock solid. What's up? Like, share, subscribe, man. AFR in the building with the 2000s. You white supremacy did it. He's being sarcastic. Jay Wells, what up, my boy? Good to see you. Matreon was popping. I ain't see you yesterday. Hope all is well. Bronze was goody. AC was up. Chaotic Truth in the building. If you're looking for something that grinds your gears or scuffs your Timbs, please go over to Chaotic Truth Live. Miss Jilly, make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. Baby Sneak, what's up? Quincy in the building. J Mont, what up, kid? Hope everything's everything. CJ in the building. We on tour days, you know what I mean? Baker Man, what's popping? Good to see you. Devin in the building, putting in work. That's always good. I tried to told her. Big Mufasa, what's up, son? Hey, if you got a problem with Big Mufasa, walk it off, man. You hurt? Truth was goody. Royce in the building. Teneroni in the building. What's popping? I got CC already. Thanos was right.
I'll get ice.
Huh? Yeah, ice. Oh, Teneroni probably don't know what they talking about either. Yo, 40's in the building. Chaotic Clubhouse. Make sure y'all go take a look and listen. Subscribe to them brothers for sure. Thanos was right. What up, kid? Good to see you. Hope everything's everything. Calvin, what up? I like it. James, what up? Mr. JTK in the building. Onika Sue was popping. Callie putting in work. It's always good. Big Lee, I ain't seen you in a few, man. Hope all is well. D-Town was popping. I'm expecting a text message from this brother here. Ronnie, what up? Yeah, CBD is drugs, bro. Sozan was popping. No, I ain't tried yet. My burpees is kind of slow because of that, like jumping back down and shit. The impact, man. I'm still kind of nervous of it. Bronze number, what up? Salute for the $5 super sticker. Uncle Rick was goody. I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well, man. Vet Life was popping. Tiff in the building. Tiff, salute, was goody. Dollar Washer, Leanne was popping. Hope everything's everything. Good to see you. Black King in the building. Salute, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Keisha was popping. Hope everything's everything, man. Let me see. He knows human fatigue is crazy. Shab, what up, though? Leon and Don, I ain't see you yesterday. Hope everything is good, man. AMN was popping. Good to see you, my boy. I see you in a couple days. He knows what the $5 says. TMB. Hit the like button. Let's get it popping, man. We got 150 people in the building, and we have 87 likes. Not terrible, but we must do a better job. Heather. Wow. Hey, we must do a better job with the likes, man. If you don't want to donate, that's all good. You know, likes are super duper important, man. The likes help us push into the algorithm, man, and we need y'all assistance. So please answer the poll question. Reese was goody. LGB Qua. You heard of Duke before?
The school? Or Duke Dennis?
It's a rapper. No, I'm saying you heard of Duke, like the person.
Oh,
LGB Qua. Heard of him?
The dude that was rapping in the intro?
Yeah.
Yeah, he a dude from Philly, huh? He be doing freestyle.
A lot of freestyles. Like the Destruction freestyle that I played was the first one I ever heard from him, but I haven't really hear him, rap too much gangster shit. I mean, they do, but emphatically what he's known for is kind of the positivity going against the usuals of what you hear in the rap music. You know what I'm saying? His main inspiration was, I think he did about 18 months for gun possession. And then once he came home off of that, he changed his trajectory, changed his ways. And the truth is, a whole lot of people be carrying for protection, You're right, because everybody around you got it. So it don't make sense for you not to have one, But when people are going through his history, they don't really say too much negative. Just, you got that charge, you did that little time, and then come home and, what he was rapping about is largely overwhelmingly positive. He actually got a citation for handing out 1,000 pairs of shoes. The city like cited him because he had like so many people in one area, but handing out shoes. And you see they had him on the news rapping and things in that reason, and usually the messaging is the reason why they'll put you on the news for particular things. So I'm gonna play this one more time just because it was a skinny crowd when I played it, just so y'all can get the context of what it is I'm talking about here, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Philly, that's the place where I was born at. On the north side, where the lights was never on that. We window shop before we really shop. We can't afford that. They banning laws, they telling all the girls you can't abort that. 300 murders, and it's still counting. Shit is serious. My young at 12, used to the murder. He ain't scared of it, cause he from North Philly where you bound to see some scary shit. He dying with a frown on his face. He can't serious. Nobody safe. Kids killing kids, nobody raising them. Sidewalks, all the playgrounds, nobody played them. He couldn't aim. He caught a half a kill. They still was praising him, cause all the shots he threw, they hit his back and that disabled them. When I was young, we played freeze tag and had fun. You can't move until somebody touch you, then it's lit again. Nowadays, they still play tag, but with switches, and believe me, when they tag you, you ain't never gonna be it again. Really been through pain, but it won't break me, I'm a fighter. Ever lose a friend and grow up around this kid that look just like him? Ever stole inside of stores for winter coat cause it be fighting? Ever walked 20 blocks for $10 or some diapers? I know a youngin' played basketball, his mom loved him. That was her only child, so when he died, she started stressing. She still can't believe it. She think that he's still alive. Every morning she wake up, she still make his favorite breakfast. I seen cops stand over niggas until they can't breathe. Seen ops see they op gun jam and cry cause they can't see. Dice game, if one nigga winning, he's feeling antsy. Cause everybody losing is killers. That mean you can't leave. He ain't got a dad but got the streets, so he fine with that. She ain't got a mom but got a body. That's the side effect. He don't play with guns but he can fight. And he died cause that nigga couldn't fight but he could shoot. He got life as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I see mom at the
rapping his ass off, man. Miss Julie said, why is it a thing to not rap within the beat? Julie, he was rapping his ass off. But that's that Philly flow though, So yeah, they killed Duke. They said that they killed him because they were trying to rob him.
He dead now?
Mm-hmm.
When?
Mother's Day.
This month, like Sunday?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Shot him dead. They said it was trying to rob him. And I think jealousy got something to do with it. Just cause this is a well-known face, in Philadelphia. And a lot of people who listen to rap, but it just, and that was his message overall, As you can see on the thumbnail, I got the lady, single mom with the baby and all that, right? Because we're looking at what's being propagated. Or is it? What's the running joke, Sherelle, about Martin Luther King Avenue?
It's the worst.
In what city?
In every city.
Every city. And I wonder, because we say propaganda, right? Is it though?
Trying to figure that out.
Like, are they framing us in a way in which we need to take exception? Or are we giving them an overwhelming amount of evidence or footage to make the frame?
I definitely think we're giving them an overwhelming amount of footage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think propaganda is for us. So my point of this is, if I turn YouTube, if I turn the internet off,
mm-hmm.
do I see this on a day-to-day life?
Yes.
I don't.
You can't not.
I don't. I grew up watching it, but then I moved away from it.
How far are you from it?
I don't know. I guess a couple of miles.
Maybe a couple of miles.
Yeah.
And so are you saying if you drive around, you saying it's what % chance is it that you won't see yellow tape? You won't see the cops doing whatever they need to do You know what I'm saying? People hanging out on the corner because we're just looking at all the propaganda. Lazy.
Right. Now, if I drive up just through my neighborhood, like if I don't go to New Orleans where the high crime area is at, you never really see the police. I mean, unless they like on some stopping people for tickets.
But I think the point is, right, where do most of the people where do most the people live? Like
so
how
they
is
said, so that's what I'm saying. When you look at the statistics, they're saying that the majority of black people don't live in the cities, they live in the rural areas.
Yeah, but it's by four percentage points. It's like 47, 53, like something like that. You know,
right.
So yeah, the most of us don't live in the city, but it's close though. You know,
Right.
it's like
and
40.
but we're black, so we're in it, right? So we don't really need to be propagandized because we can understand what it is. So it's propaganda to other people, right?
No,
because it's
I don't
trying to.
think so.
I think it's propaganda to other people because it's trying to show other people this is who black people are. So when I take that same notion and I'm asking a white person, if you turn off the internet, how often do you see black people doing crazy stuff where you live?
Okay.
Right. So I kind of got this from David Banner, right? You know David Banner, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when he was dropping his album The Box and he was getting on his conscious stuff, he started traveling across the world, right?
Yeah.
And when he was going to Africa and stuff like that, over there in Africa, they think Black Americans were all gangsters.
Sure.
Right? So this is the imagery of them. And then he's like, oh, well, when we come over here, I went to some nice place in Africa, but over here we think they all poor. Right?
Sure.
When we think about the Dominican Republic, we think that it's the land of prostitution.
Sure.
When we think about Haiti, they all do voodoo.
Sure.
And you know what I'm saying? So it's propagandized the most negative things about us to other groups of people all around the world. And that's all they get to see. They don't get to see the positivity. They just get to see the negativity all over, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I think about propaganda and I think about when propaganda decided to almost lead to, what happened to this group of people, the ones that's not like us, but they say they us. You catching my drift?
Okay. No, just say
we can say it.
Yeah.
Jewish people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why they keep telling their story and they feel like they don't want their story taken over because it started with propaganda. So when these camps start being built, nobody bat an eye. And I feel like that's a dangerous place for us to be in because we're not controlling the image of us. Yesterday, they had a man on the panel and y'all asked him, well, what we going to do with the worst of us or what we going to do with the bad ones the ones that don't want to get with the program. And he said, let Trump buy some land across seas and we're going to send them over there. When we get to that point where we feel like, oh, well, these ones, they can just be put in some type of camp across seas. What that sound like? If you hating your people because of the internet and the stuff that you don't see on a consistent basis, but you just seeing it from the internet, what do you think other people who never see us see? Because we can understand that I know good black people. None of us will ever say that. No matter we could have seen the worst of the worst. We know good black people. Even if you from the hood, it ain't everybody in the hood doing crime.
Mm-hmm.
You know it. So you gonna still have a little bit of love and a little bit of understanding because you know the gist of it. But I'm talking about they're propagandizing this to people who only see the worst of us and ain't close enough to say they got good people. So when we start coming up with reasons to send us to camps overseas, which we don't know what they're gonna do, how do we stop the case from them saying, all right, let's just get rid of all of them? Because this is intrinsically who they is. We're gonna erase the fact that we created these ghettos. We're gonna create the fact that we created poverty, and we understand that everywhere poverty is, there's going to be crime. We're gonna erase the fact that every time that they did try to build, we destroyed it. We blew it up. We turned it into Lake Lanier. We put I-10 through prominent black neighborhoods, interstates. We created these ghettos. We created this infrastructure for them to be able to be chaotic. We're going to remove all of that. They should have it together by now. We understand payola, right? Drake is one of the biggest stars and he's suing for it. So he's letting you know that the machines are controlling the frequencies. Meek Mill has came out and said they pay us more to put the negativity into the music because they know the music is controlling us. They know the music is like affecting us. They know the imagery is really having a negative effect on us, and it's having a negative effect on the perception of people who don't know us at all. Because that's all they're going to know us by. And don't say that we can't control it, because the Deltas, they had a show like one of them bad girl shows that was going to come out with a Divine Nine. They wanted to do a reality show where they was going to be getting into it. They got it shut down before they even could get the pilot up. You're not about to embarrass us.
Mm-hmm.
We are prestige.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's because the only way I'm gonna believe it is that we don't really want to stop it. This is really who we are. So build the case on why they shouldn't just put us in camp and get rid of all of us. Because if we got a black man on the panel saying we're gonna give them the Trump, we're gonna give our worst to them. People who created the situations, we giving our worst to them to go fix them when they was the ones who destroyed them. You think they want to fix them? You think the same people who created the systems that you're in, the big old machine that's way bigger than you, that's consistently trying to destroy you, you're gonna give your worst to them because they're gonna fix them.
I think they're just gonna destroy him. Or they're gonna use them as prop.
But that came out of black man's mouth. So we feeling that way about our own people, and we've removed ourselves. The people who have the most black fatigue are the ones who don't even live in the hood. The ones who have the black fatigue live in the suburbs. The white people have black fatigue. They probably ain't seen black people in their life. I done been to so many places, but I know people. I've been in Walmarts. I'm the only black girl in Walmart. I'm the only black person in Walmart. I didn't been in areas where I may see one other black person and we looking at each other like, are you safe? Are you good? These people don't see us. They never wanted to be with us. You think that Martin Luther King did this whole, oh yeah, we're going to all be one. And guess what? They moved away. First segregated school in the South. I lived I lived 2 streets down from it. Francis. I sat next to the girl, Ruby Bridges. That's her aunt. Her niece. I sat next to her. That's still my friend, Whitney Bridges. They had to have all type of police force and everything for her to go to school. That school 100% black now. Some people moved. They left. They didn't want to live with us. They moved to places where we're not at. But they're the most fatigued. Why? Because they don't want to turn the internet off. They're propagandized. They don't know that there's good people in the hood. They don't know it's people struggling, but they're trying to make it out. They don't understand the circumstances. They ain't got no love for us. So why are we showing them the worst parts of us? We want to correct it when we see the wrong parts. They want to delete it.
Wow. Before I start, let me read these super chats. Let it marinate. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I read this one? Yes. This one. Black King, what up, kid? Wow. Goody, my boy. Dot with the £2 says 40,000 subs. Well done, Hamp. 50K coming soon. You want to respond to this?
It is what it is.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So that is actually a good take, in my opinion. I understand the breakdown very well. And it has merit for sure. You know? I guess. So when I look at the definition of propaganda, right? 1, information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or POV, right? So I certainly understand it. Here's the thing, right? Most people don't live in the cities, but when people come visit, they go to the cities. Ain't nobody going to the country by and large, right? And when I'm in the city, if you in your city, if I'm in DC, particular parts of the boroughs, you know, um, there's an energy shift and a change. So if I'm in a part of the city where my house is at in DC, I'm on my Dean. I'm on my P's and Q's. You can't leave the doors unlocked. You can't leave no bags in the back seat or front seat. You know what I'm saying? My wife can't go get gas in the middle of the night or too early in the morning. Every place got glass up and the whole 9 yards. There's trash everywhere. There's a liquor store, church. You know, niggas is hanging out in front of it, right? So my daughter can't walk to the store if she wants to. My wife can't go to the store unless unless I'm there, or just even the grocery store, Sherelle, certain parts, you know. And there's bars on every window, you know. And these houses cost at the low end $400,000, you know. And so I'm looking and I'm like, I understand how we can see it as propaganda, but I guess the reason why I'm not sure if it qualifies as propaganda is because I don't know if it's misleading. Because our disposition changes when we get in certain areas. Like, you know where to turn and where not to. You know, every Martin Luther King it might be sticky over there. Pause.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if we were put in a certain predicament, and we're edified in knowing that this was systematic, right? And yet we continue to perpetuate behaviors and give them so much ammunition to quote unquote propagandize. Is it a cope?
It's a cope, just because now that we figuring it out, right? Everything that they did.
Mm-hmm.
It don't automatic. Like, if somebody comes to you and be like, you were seeing how your computer was acting up, and then you trying to figure it out, and then they come and they tell you, yeah, somebody put a virus on it while you was gone. It's the whole system is malfunctioning. Okay. It's gonna you know how we used to have LimeWire? Remember, we used to be like trying to download free music and videos, but eventually we would just basically give our computer AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to get a whole new computer because they gave it AIDS, and you can't fix AIDS. So basically, they put a terminal virus in us, and we trying to fight against it. We trying to find a cure for it, but until we find a real cure for it, we ain't gonna have a lot of survivors, and that's how it's designed to be. It's designed for some of us to be able to get out so that we can go in our heads and put it in our heads that everybody can make it out. It's not designed for everybody to make it out. It's the same way we live in a capitalistic system, so we get millionaires, but everybody could never be a millionaire in the capitalistic system.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
But the millionaires will tell you, we got the same 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, but what? See, I understand that point very well, that everybody ain't gonna make it. But how do we reconcile what you saying with niggas getting shot at dice games?
They're too deep in it. Them the ones that ain't gonna make it.
What virus is that though?
So the self-hatred.
Whose fault is that?
The system that created us, the system that was designed to help us hate ourselves. Because we're gonna talk about our slums, right? We're gonna talk about the worst of Black people. We're gonna talk about our slums. They got slums in Great Britain.
Sure.
You ever seen them? They don't propagandize that because that's something they're gonna show.
Well, they do show like the stabbings and the I think they call them badmen or road something. I think Dottie here, they call them roadmen, maybe roadmen or something like that. But in fact, they showed it on Top Boy.
Yeah, but that's one show.
Well, we ain't in Britain is all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. We're not in Britain. But in Britain, they seeing every negative thing we do.
What make you come to that conclusion?
Twitter.
Okay.
So Twitter, in the way that, you know what I'm saying, the way that David Banner was breaking it down when he was traveling around the world. Our propaganda is being propagandized all over the world as this is that black people are these worst things to ever exist. They're not saying that this is a loud minority. Y'all get up here and say that's not black people, that's niggas.
Well,
y'all get up here and say that's the loud minority. But we're being propagandized to other groups of people that it's the majority of us doing it.
Here's what it is, I think, right? Because I really don't make that differentiation too much. When I'm conducting a conversation, we kind of get through it, you know. But so when I'm looking at the minority, right, we're looking at the numbers. So just by proxy of the numbers, it's a nominal number in comparison to the majority of black people. But what we do see is even though most people that are living in the slums or the hood or the jacks aren't participating, but they're directly affected. And then we have standards in our community that make people, regular people, complicit. Like as an example, for whatever reason, I mean, there's a plethora of reasons, right? But we don't call the police. We all seem to have this stop snitching, no snitching, mind your business, don't intervene. We all throw trash on the ground. See, so the environment is being assessed as a whole. And we all live by a level of these standards that help ruin our communities.
Right. So I could say the top two if people don't call the police. Because it could be you. Black interactions with the police and black people don't necessarily always go well for the black person.
But
the
Sherelle,
no snitching thing is it takes a lot to actually convict somebody. You could lose your life.
Clarify what you mean by don't necessarily always. Right? Those two, that phraseology is kind of like a weekend sentence.
Right.
So we understand not necessarily, but necessarily acknowledges both sides. So you say necessarily always go well, then you also say necessarily they do go well. But we know always doesn't apply. So what do you exactly mean?
So from what I can see with propaganda, it's a negative interaction with police and black people.
But that's the community.
What you mean?
That ain't even outside. We tell that to each other.
Right? So if we understand that the majority of the time it's going to be a negative interaction with the police, wouldn't that be a good reason not to call them?
Well, I guess is the propaganda the fact that we think it's the majority of the time? Who taught us that? Where did that come from? Or is that from civil rights where we saw dogs and fire hoses? Or is it real?
It could be the civil rights thing, but it could also be the videos of the police deleting black men with millions of views on it.
Sure.
Doing something to our psyche. If we can see and watch from it's in our hand. They'll just off us like we didn't mean nothing. On the camera. They ain't gonna stop that they were getting recorded.
Yeah.
What does that put? It puts that in our psyche, even if we never saw it in real life, because I don't think the majority of people ever saw that in real life. But you saw it on the internet.
Yeah.
Even as bad as it gets, the majority of people, they don't really be on the scenes to see. We just watch it on the internet. So it's still it's going in our psyche because it's the matter of picking up your phone.
Let me ask you. Okay, I understand that. I mean, you got cities like if you go to New York, like the boroughs, right? An example, police don't even be pulling their guns. In Newark in 2020, the police didn't pull their guns once. In DC, when you see a shooting with the police, you don't even see it get trumped up because the guy, oftentimes the culprit or whoever was shooting first, and then most of the cops are black. I'm not saying there's never, right? Eric Garner got choked out in New York. Freddie Gray that got his back broken in Baltimore during the riot? Was it Freddie Gray or was it somebody will correct me?
I don't watch none of the videos because I think it's bad for your psyche. But that's what I'm saying. we all think that and I know people are gonna take a hard take, that the police are out to get all black people just because they go hard on black criminality. And a lot of times when I was growing up in the hood, the police wasn't never just messing with everyday citizens that go to work and go home. When I seen people slammed on cars, that was the dudes that get busy. That was the dudes that was selling drugs. That was the dudes that everybody in the neighborhood know is them.
Now, let me see this. Let me see something, right? Because this is a separate convo, but I want to understand how you like reconcile this essentially. So many people get caught with the gun, not what they did with it.
Mm-hmm.
How many of us are actually of the criminal element? We just never been accosted or arrested. So let's say it's 10% of the people in the around the way doing wrong simply because they getting arrested, etc. What's the actual number? So the reason why I got this thought, because it was you and I talking. I don't know if it was on the show or in the Discord. So how do you reconcile that? Like, what is the percentage of people actually doing bad, just never getting caught up?
All right, so if it's 100%, 30% of them are doing bad. I would say 25% of the people out of the 30, they go to jail. Now, what I will say, that was the conversation me and Anna was having. They don't always go to jail for what they did.
Yeah.
You could be the shooter, but you might get trumped up on a drug charge.
Yeah, or possession.
Right? Possession. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. You saying 100% of people in the hood? How many people doing bad?
30. Crime?
That ain't propaganda. At
no,
30%.
That's not. That 30% is not propaganda. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah. But 70% is way more. But if we let the 30% put it in other people's minds to get rid of the whole 100, you don't think that's crazy?
I get it. I know I get it. But 30% ain't propaganda. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. But I don't think a lot of people, I don't think the majority of people who do crime ever not see the penitentiary.
That might be fair, but 30%. And then think about this. So if my brother doing some wild shit, right? I'm not telling on him, right? Generally speaking, right? I'm an accomplice damn near. We know what he doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he pitching, he robbing, you know what I'm saying? He kick dooring niggas, he hijacking shit. I'm not telling on him. I'm just as bad as him though.
Yeah. Now that's the next thing is the no snitch thing. People die from that. I've seen it happen.
Sure. But wait. Let's add this number up, right? 30% you speculating on doing the wrong thing. And then what's the percentage of people that are complicit? You know your man wilding. You know what I'm saying? You know who sell drugs around the way. What percentage is that? That's complicit.
It's like another 50% that's complicit. They just ain't saying nothing. They just minding their business because the 20% that's left, right? What is it? 20% that's left? They left. They moved. They got from around it. Their lives ain't in danger no more. The other 50%, they complicit because they trying to survive. They in survival mode. They got to keep their head down and make it through.
Sure, but Sherelle, here's the thing: we're assessing propaganda. So if 30% out doing the actual crime, another 50% no, ain't saying nothing, allowing it to fester in the community, that's 80%. That's 80% of the people complicit in some way, shape, or form what's going on. That we can't use we can't call it propaganda at that point.
Is it? But it's not us. That's what I'm saying. Like we don't not it's us knowing it's not propaganda. Why are they showing that to everybody around the world?
Well, what I'm saying is,
why do white people care? Why do white people need to know what's going on in the hood? What you know about them?
Me? A lot. But
I'm saying like what business of white people do black people be in all the time?
I don't know if we be in their business per se, but I'm addressing the fact that it can't be propaganda. If 80% of us have a level of involvement, whether it be in the enabling it or doing it.
So
right?
you saying that if we know,
yeah,
if we know duty them sell drugs on the corner, and
you know, selling drugs is what's being
it's
perpetuated.
bad, and we can't do nothing about it, we complicit.
Well, no. So we know Duty and them sell drugs on the corner, right? And we say that's what they do. It is what it is, you know. And then Duty and them are on World Star in Europe selling drugs on the corner, right? And I ain't doing nothing about it because I can't, because I'm scared. Whatever the case is, right? We can't just exonerate ourselves. And all I'm saying is, by nature of that, if it's real and 80% of the people are involved or at least know and don't do nothing about it, that's not propaganda. That's what's actually happening.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna say that the people that's living their lives in fear trying to make it are just as complicit, then build the case on why they shouldn't build the camps. Get rid of all.
I'm saying they're complicit. I'm not, the levels are obviously vary, but it just sounds I'm just looking at propaganda. I'm not even saying the reason why they doing it doesn't make sense. I get why they would not say anything, right? Just based on fear. And also it's really just, we are how you say, desensitized too. So half the time don't even be fear. We know them niggas hustle over there. And that's just what they do. Like, I don't even know
And
if
that's just how it is. It's like a lot of times when people just born into different structures, when you born into the structure and you born into the system, most people won't buck against the system. That's radical.
You know what I'm saying?
And they're gonna punish all the radicals. What they did to all y'all radicals. Boom. Malcolm was a radical. Where he at? Martin was a radical. Where he at? Y'all got them Black Panthers. What they did with them. We're gonna show y'all what they're gonna do with your radicals. You bucking against the system, so you might as well sit down and understand this the way it is. This the way it's gonna be. There ain't no out. Find a way through it.
100%.
And if that's the mindset of the majority of our people, are we just inherently messed up people? Are we just victims of our circumstances?
I think it shows we are weak.
I can agree to that.
If we
definitely not our ancestors. How people be saying we and our ancestors. Yeah, them niggas was working hard. We ain't them.
Damn.
They was fighting a good fight. We ain't them.
That's what I'm saying. And we see, though, if you ever talk to those guys who rap and produce and all that, they actually have a great level of understanding about a whole lot of shit, you know? Like, if you sit down and talk to a 50 Cent, a Future, and talk to them about why they, like when Future sold his masters, right? They like, why would you sell your masters to those 4 albums for $65 million? But if you hear him break it down, like, oh, it makes sense. Right? They're not all idiots. Like Plies, as an example, is not an idiot. If you listen to him talk and speak, you know, when you hear him rapping, you may think so, you know, but people are doing things intentionally that perpetuate the stereotypes, and then we allow it, we around it, and we know that it has a bad light on us, but we ain't telling on nobody.
Right. Okay. So even within like how the manosphere started, right? Because of course, I feel like the new propaganda pushes more toward like black woman ratchetness, right? That's the new imagery that they're pushing up, like, because this starting to far outweigh what black dudes are doing in the hood. The ratchetness, the degeneracy is at it's not 30. It's maybe 30% in the hood. Niggas terrorizing is about 70% of degenerate behavior. That's not propaganda, right? Okay, but around the country, what's more highlighted is still that 30% of this is what black men are, because y'all gonna be the first target. Y'all the protectors. They got to get y'all out of there first, right? So manosphere starts to say, oh, well, the majority of black men don't go to jail.
Okay.
The majority of black men actually don't have kids. We're not actually just having kids and leaving our kids not to perish. The majority of black men are actually out here trying to get our educations and do da-da-da-da. But across the world, they're telling them, all y'all are Pookie and Ray. Get rid of all of y'all. Y'all gonna always be the first target. Even if you push the woman, or the women are, and they're gonna say the women are like that because of the men. That's what the rest of the world gonna say. So when it comes to that, they created this black manosphere to push against the propaganda. Push against it. Because you'll find the worst of us, so you could tell some truths, and then the lies start to build up. Now you paint a narrative. A false one.
Okay. I understand the fight back against propaganda. I understand. I'm just saying, if the numbers that we came with that we produced here today are accurate, because the propaganda is misleading. And if we look at those numbers that we put in front of everybody, that's not misleading. That's accurate.
I wouldn't say it's misleading, right?
I'm saying by definition, propaganda is like twisting. So I understand it's not all of us, but if we all play a part in our culture and how our neighborhoods look, then I don't think it qualifies as propaganda.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I'm not going toward the I guess the qualifications of if it's propaganda or not. What I'm telling you is it's a start of how it happened to the Jews. So keep your eyes open. Because if we have a black person on the panel that's already saying, I'm just watching the demise. If we have a black man on the panel saying, let's give him the Trump and just send him to these camps across the country. When we start building cases like that, I'm just letting you know Jay-Z is a billionaire. And he told y'all, rich nigga, poor nigga, still nigga. You're not going to escape that skin. Separating yourself, bourgeois in, getting a new tax bracket, moving 5 blocks away, you are not going to escape that skin. If them camps come up, and we've already built the case as black people that we need the camps, they're going to fry all our asses. Nigga, we ain't safe.
You're saying they ain't going to make a differentiation.
They ain't making no. That's what I'm talking about when you want to add other people in your shit. They ain't gonna. They might let you send them first. Sound like history repeating itself, huh? Sound like some other niggas who sent they worst across seas into chattel slavery, not understanding what they was gonna do their asses when they got here. I'm just seeing history repeat itself. I'm just trying to see if anybody else could see it.
Yeah.
Because if we black and we say we building camps so that Trump, we're gonna send him to Trump to a camp, and we say Switzerland or something, we gonna all be in that camp. And the rest of the world gonna be looking at Lululemon twerking in the thing and old boy shooting up the block and saying they deserve it. They deserve to be destroyed. They all inherently bad. We can't fix them. It ain't an infection, it's a virus, it's AIDS. It's a death sentence. Just existing in a black skin. They can't be fixed. Delete them.
So what was being proposed is they're looking at, hey, if we going to fix the community, there's going to be sacrifices.
Then we gonna sacrifice them. We ain't bringing them up and build no camp. It'll make more sense for us to build a camp than to give them to Trump. Ask for the white people to help us discipline our people.
Who said that yesterday?
I don't know. It was one of the new ones. But I ain't gonna lie, I mentally checked out after that. I was like, what did he just say? I'm like, a white man to sin across the country. It just started clicking in my head like, oh wow. We want to be our own biggest enemies, even though our enemies are way bigger.
Well, I see now that's one thing. I think we are our own biggest enemies, though.
I think our enemies are way bigger than us.
I think we are our own biggest enemy because the crab in a barrel mentality seems to rear its head so often. Like we see a brother doing good, right? Doing well at the very least, in terms of money and having a career. And then the jealousy always seems to pop up. And now, even when they're doing crime, the jealousy pops up and we know the names. You got the rappers, and these are the things you just see, on TV, in terms of the ones they track. But the rappers are seemingly doing good, and then somebody in their life, this boy, all positive rap, and they killed him over his necklaces.
Mm-hmm.
We was even talking about the system and how I have a baby, I can get assistance regardless of how deadbeat this man is. The man is of no consequence because I can get support elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just see us just deteriorating from inside out, though. Almost like
no, I think that's definitely a problem. But a crab in a barrel can't be nothing but a crab in a barrel.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It don't take much for that crab in a barrel to just be. Are we just crabs
in a barrel? Because regular crabs be roaming.
Tony with the $5 says, why do we have to live or physically see fuckery from a group to be exhibit fatigue? Oh, to be exhibit fatigue. Does he say? Maybe he meant to exhibit fatigue. If it's observable in any form, that is enough. So he's saying I don't have to be there if I see enough of it, and then statistics back up the fact that this demographic of people are doing the worst of things. Why do I need to be present to understand it and be tired of it?
I guess as a white person, it has zero effect on you. It doesn't affect your day-to-day life. So why are you fatigued? I can understand black fatigue coming from black people because it's us. Why is it fatiguing people that don't even be around us, that never see us? Why are they tired and it don't affect them? Like, would you ever get fatigued if they start making us pay to use the bathroom as women? Or they go high up because they have sometimes in the bathroom they have like tampons, pads, right? Sometimes you get it for like a 50 cents. If they make it $5, you fatigued? You don't use tampons? Why are you tired?
I see.
Not even your issue.
Maybe. Patreon with a 20 ball says they are erasing all the good we did from history. Perfect. Now, who's the they, Patreon? Just so I understand. Reaper Red with the 10 ounces. Salute. The fact that most people think Chicago is the murder capital when it's not even a top 10 most dangerous city per capita tells you propaganda is at work. Kansas City is more dangerous. Yeah, I think if you're going by per every 100,000 people, how many people get killed, we understand that. Then people just look at the volume and the reputation, I think, though, Reaper, it is looked at because do you think maybe because it was, or at least, in top 5 for so long, so people may not look at stats, but your history precedes you. It's hard to shake a mantra, especially one like that. Dr. G, what up with the $5? Says, hey, y'all, been behind the stream, rapping his ass off. RIP to this young talent. Interesting how so many rappers say nothing thrive. What is he saying? Oh, interesting how so many rappers who say nothing thrive. AFR with the $2 says, white system is at fault. No husky hyenas like me. You want to respond to this? Aaron with the $2 says, please have a deep history with the KKK. Fuck 12. John Henry with the 10 ounces. Salute Hamp. A better question is why be in position to be known as a shooter who is susceptible to be framed with a drug charge? Choices, black people. I don't understand that. Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, I mean, I think I understand that. And then, but you got those one-off cases that fearmonger people. What was his name, Sherelle? He was on Rikers and then killed himself. He was like arrested over a book bag or something, and then he was in jail for like 2 years. Khalif Browder, I think, and then ended up killing himself. And I don't know. They still didn't tell us what he was doing wrong. John Henry with the 10 ounces. Bullshit on that sentiment. Hamp and Sherelle. The answer is you participate in the process to become relevant in the system, to create the possibility to, quote, overcome, end quote. Otherwise, we're talking loud. You have to come up and clarify. There's no context to kind of what you're saying. Marcus Evans with the thousands. What up, brother Hamp? Congratulations on 40,000 subscribers. Salute. Marcus been here for a long time too, cuzzo. Appreciate you. KG Kendall's in the building. KG, what up, Ock? Member for 16 months. Ock, set it up with AF American Rifleman. This might be Rocky talking about. I don't think he fight, bro. I don't think he want to box nobody. But July 19th is on and popping. AFR, let me know if you want to get in that ring. It's interesting, Sherelle. It is interesting. Before I drop this link, anything else you want to add before we get some more opinions?
I guess I would just say, like, when their criminals do stuff like Jeffrey Dahmer, they get documentaries, and then we can watch a documentary of Jeffrey Dahmer, or we can watch the church shooters, the school shooters, and they get these documentaries on Netflix, and we never think it's never propagandized in the same way that these are white people. This is what white people do. We never see like shows about what they're doing in the trailer park or what they're doing in the slums of white America. They control their image. They don't want their negative highlighted and pushed, and if they're not doing it, it's a reason why, and we're doing it in adverse. I just feel like we need to get on top of it and control it better, because it just seemed like history repeating itself.
Yeah, I think that one of the retorts would be that our heroes are the gangsters.
Their heroes are the gangsters. They put them on Mount Rushmore.
I know, but how many people actually know it, right? Do they know the level, like the savagery that Andrew Jackson signed off on? I don't know if a lot of people know it, but these are literally put on Front Street. American and Gangster, Paid in Full, Boys in the Hood, New Jack City. And it's literally like a sin if you've never seen those movies. You know, it's almost like they even work to separate the Italians from like white people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Italians kind of even got their own mantra, Bronx Tale, like the Capones and etc. It's almost like they're parsed out. So they don't shine a gangster light on like white people, you know? But do white people in just general champion the negativity in the same way? Do you think they do and it's just not put to the masses, or do you think that we champion negativity in a different way?
I think they do champion it, you know, but them city councilmen and them judges that's sitting on the panel, when they was doing their dirt, they put on white capes because they gonna hide their criminality. They gonna hide their low downness because they know how they can make them look. So if they know, we gonna put the white sheets on, so they don't know I'm the captain of the sheriff department. So when they was doing their dirt, they made it cool. They gonna hide it, but they showing yours. And you don't think that's for a reason?
Damn. So you think it is a disparity?
I bet you can't say certain words on YouTube, and nigga ain't one of them. They can control it. Why they letting it happen? Because it's to our demise. We the ones that not paying attention to it. I'm trying to bring awareness to us. Are we cooked? We done? They need to build the camps.
I don't know. I'm interested to hear more opinions on it, because just even like the show, and because I'm so like I'm thinking about shows. You know, we have way more shows than them. Or I'm thinking of like, have you ever? Matter of fact, hold on. I think Rainbow Kid said it. Shameless. You ever watch Shameless? So it's poor white people, right? There's like a black girl in the mix or whatever the case is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's poor white trash essentially, but it's mostly satire and like comedy. There's messages in it for sure. I think it's a good show if you just like watching shows. But it's put in a place of like a comedic relief the entire time, right? So they are a joke essentially, you know. While ours are seen as more serious, i.e., the Boys in the Hood and things, The Wire and etc.
Yeah,
you know. So even when you watching it, you know the what it invokes is different.
Yeah,
you know,
like Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah,
that was a cool thing.
And Queen of Swim was cool.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they do crime, it's cool. Even we don't look at the Italian and the mobs and they put suits on. Kill your whole family. Don't matter. It's cool.
Do you think so? Do you agree? So the mobsters are white, and they are. I mean, do they love? Who loves Goodfellas more, black people or white people?
Pretty sure white people.
I don't know.
We liked it too, though, but it's less of us.
No, but I need by volume, but per capita.
I never seen Goodfellas.
Like who likes Casino more? You know,
I ain't never seen.
Is it us or like the Godfather, etc.? Well,
I think
Scarface, I think he Cuban, right? But he's Cuban in the movie.
Ain't none of that they do. Like even the trafficking rings, drug trafficking. Who's top dogging that?
I think
ain't blacks. Sex trafficking. Who's top dogging that? It ain't black people. That's the top two most trafficked things in the world. But they're not evil, and we are. So it looks like it's black degeneracy, black ratchetness. Is that bigger than white people's evilness
In the earth?
in the world?
That's what I'm saying. In the earth since the beginning of time?
Yeah.
Hell no.
But we building cases to put us in camps and let them put us in camps.
Who said? I need to go to this episode because I can't remember. Mr. Williams, what's good? Let me read these 3 super chats.
I'm gonna start looking through it for you.
Mr. Williams was here yesterday. Mojo with the $5 says, as long as we support / you got back. You got feedback, Mr. Williams. As long as we support, tolerate, celebrate the worst of us, we have no right to complain over being seen in a negative light by other cultures or races. Dati with the £2 says, thank you, Sherelle, for your perspective. Mojo with the $5 says, also, no other race or group addresses each other by what they also consider to be a racial slur. Damn. I think Mr. Williams stepped away. Mr. Fantastic was good. Oh, you back?
Brother.
You can let Fantastic go because I know he's in the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quick and get up out of here. Yeah, man, I think y'all just summed it up with the entertainment, right? We were saying this yesterday. The Wire was based on a true story, and The Wire was like actually, filmed in that places with characters and people that were in the situation. When it's the white people, Ozark and what's the other big one? Breaking Bad. Those were completely, totally fictional. You feel me? I don't know. Ozark may have had some truth to it. I'm not too familiar for that, but I know for sure that Breaking Bad was not based on a true story. Didn't have no real characters. It's just completely, totally fictional, and it adds to this thing as to where for us it has to be it has to be real. The entertainment has to coincide with what's the name. Same thing like Snowfall, and again we always inundated with this, the same old shit, drug, crack, gangster, all the other stuff, and so on and so forth. That's like, I mean, what's the greatest all time series for Black people is The Wire, right? Y'all muted, or am I tripping? Everybody muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And then if you were to go beneath that, a lot of people, I never even watched Snowfall just because I'm tired of that's the only show they want to give us. But I'm pretty sure if you go down the road, it would be something similar. So we get into another big one. What's the name of Harlem? What is it? The King of Harlem? The thing with about Bumpy Johnson.
Godfather.
So again, Godfather Harlem. Appreciate you.
No.
So yeah.
The series. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the series. So so I mean that's what's given to us for being, in mass, and again we celebrate it. Do white people celebrate that outside of the show? No, they don't. They don't celebrate the gangsterism. They don't celebrate the mob. They don't celebrate any of those things. They don't feel like you have to be a part of that or aspire to be that. And that's the separation. So once we get out of this,
what qualifies as celebrating it? Does putting it on the big screen, is that celebration of it? Kind of. No,
that's not celebrating. No, it's entertainment. You can't say the purpose of it or the only way of getting it can be celebration. No.
Well, but if they're literally saying, "Hey, let's put this out here, make this person infamous," right? Because every time they do it, Dillinger, I think it was called Public Enemy.
Yeah.
Where John Dillinger, right? Yeah. He was like robbing the banks, and they make
America's
them
most wanted. He was America's most wanted, man.
They make him look cool. Whitey Bulger, they make him look cool. White boy Rick, they make him look cool. Bronx Tale, good. No, I'm just naming 3 people who are actually real people. Yeah. The person who in Blow, I forget who that's exactly about. But they use a Johnny Depp because you could make it look cool. All 4 of these are real white men that was doing crime, And then the Bronx Tale is about that demographic. Bronx Tale, Casino, what's the other one? Goodfellas. But it seems like a celebration because all those guys are cool as fuck. Everybody wanted to kick somebody in the head, like how Robert De Niro was stomping that boy out in the bar. Remember?
Yep. Yeah, but I mean that's a part of the entertainment, so you have to sell the character. What I'm saying is once you get past that, and then you don't see white people going out here and trying to live that in reality. You see niggas doing that and trying to be who they are on the TV, right? Furthermore, hell, I've heard I don't listen to much white rap, you know what I mean? But I've heard niggas refer to at least Blow, I don't know how many times, Scarface in depth, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. So even in other entertainment, it didn't cross over.
Think about it. All the major rappers started changing their names to some type of Italian.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So when you have not even the white boys ain't out here. Eminem was Eminem, and then his real name. You feel me? Machine Gun Kelly is you like, so again, even we celebrate their criminals more than they do. So what I'm saying is bringing it into real life and then taking it over from one thing to the next, or cross-referencing it from TV and movies to music is proof of that. You just don't have the mainstream thing as to where in real life these white people are aspiring to be or looking at these people as like heroic figures. You muted, Hamp.
I don't know. White people do a lot of drugs though.
Yeah, they junkies, but they're not celebrating the junkieism. I mean,
What's that white boy that overdosed? Asher Roth?
I have no idea. The rapper?
Nigga said, I love college. No, Ash, what was his name? Mac Miller.
Yeah, Mac Miller. Mac Miller was a rapper. That's what I said, a rapper. Yeah, Mac Miller, yeah.
They love that doped up white boy.
Yeah, but Mac Miller wasn't they didn't love him for being a drug addict or being a gangster. He was a white boy rapper. That's it.
But I'm saying they all do them drugs, right? That's a part of it. Even like Elvis.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, nobody was
So I
celebrating
guess
him.
my point is, do they disparage them?
What the fuck? Yo, this big ass drone over my neighborhood. I've been hearing this fucking buzzing sound. Bro, this drone about big as my car.
Let us see. Let us see.
You might want to drive, man.
Don't get abducted by aliens on the live now. We're gonna go viral.
You all nervous?
I don't think I'll be able to see that bit. Hold on. Can I zoom with that bit? Hold on.
If you got an Android, you probably can't zoom.
Shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, I can't. You can't zoom on StreamYard anyway, but that shit big as shit, bro. God damn.
What she said. All right, turn the camera back around, nigga. No, you trying to show the Benz emblem.
Yeah,
Okay,
you see him, huh?
Big boy shit, no big deal. You know what I mean?
Now he trying to hide it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I put that shit on my Pinto. You know what I'm saying? I gotta fake it for the hoes.
Yeah, no, it's no big deal. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think, right, so do we even say, I guess this is what I'm trying to reconcile. So when you look at 50, right, it is like 50, and the appeal is the appeal. Are we running around saying like he sold drugs? That's why we like him. I don't think anybody's saying that. But the point is,
niggas like him because he got shot 9 times.
Well, but he can also rap though, right? And he had the entertainment value and charisma. All I'm saying is this: 50 did what he did, right? Puts him in the spotlight, and then he carries it from there. We ain't continuously talking about how many times he got shot or, if he sold drugs or not. And I'm simply saying that they're allowed to celebrate Elvis Presley, who got accused of pedophilia, drugs, all this other shit. They just don't mention it, but they don't push him to the side.
Right.
He still get to be Elvis. He still he still get to be Elvis.
Drugs.
So I'm just wondering, like, is there an actual difference? I guess is what I'm inquiring about.
Well, I think the difference is, HAMP, to be honest, we have a certain type of swag that everybody has to have a piece of. And I think that's what it is. We might not have the money when it comes to the backing, the white people back us, but we have that swag. We have that charisma and everything that they want. They want to copy us and they try to emulate us. They want to be like us because we do have that certain type of swag, but they hate it at the same time. I think that's really what it is, because hip hop culture impacts the whole entire world, period. We impact the whole entire world.
So do you think we're cooked? Like, do you think as a people, they need to wrap us up?
No, I don't think we're cooked. I think we have all the information now. We just still keep doing goofy shit. If we would just use it to our advantage and not as a hindrance, we would be fine. I don't think it's over. I think we just got to keep learning. We should be learning from these mistakes and use it to our advantage even more. It's not like we haven't created wealthy people off of hip hop or any culture that we do. No matter what it is, it's always been historic. We just need to use it to our advantage and work together. I think that's the biggest problem. We don't have enough of us truly working together because we're scared of the next person's potential. I think that's our biggest problem as a race. We're worried about whether or not this person is going to be better. If you got 5 top chefs, it doesn't matter who's the better one. You start pulling up the next group so that they can be the next top 5 chefs that are great. I think that's our biggest thing. It's like y'all say, the crab in the barrel mentality. When all 5 of us could be up at the same level and we keep pulling each other up, but we don't do that. We're worried about the potential of the next black person.
Well,
oh, well, he has 6. I only have 5. Well, I want his 6.
Yeah, I mean, I seen game. I'm just thinking about the differences, you know. Hey man, I'm glad you made it, bro. You all blessed. But yeah, but I was just looking at like, do they actually treat their artists differently, or are those people still praised regardless of conduct? To be 100% honest, right? Like, if you don't think, like for instance, these motherfuckers right here, and then who be committing suicide right and left?
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing.
I just don't know, man. That motherfucker said, I love college, I love drinking, I love da-da-da, and he overdosed. And I'm looking at these white boys in Seattle. They didn't have no places to put the bodies because of how methamphetamine was running through them. In Oregon, they fucking legalizing drugs just to keep them from getting locked up.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, like,
shorter sentences, less harsh on the drugs that they use.
I mean, I'm just wondering, like, what's actually happening? You know what I'm saying? Like, are people doing the things right and then duplicating the efforts of the artist? You know, because it's often said that we try to duplicate what we're hearing in the songs. What them songs are talking about, is it addressing issues in those communities, right? So, for instance, The Last Resort, right, about the suicide thing, right? Losing my sight, losing my mind, just somebody could tell me. So, hopefully he's trying to bring awareness, right? But bring awareness to what? White boys killing themselves. You see? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just, trying to like break it, see if it, I'm not saying it had to be apples to apples completely, but is that kind of how it is with the just the quote unquote music and artists and shit?
But when they say the gatekeeping, right here, like when you find that one artist and that's what they want to push, and depending on if it's negative or what have you, they'll push that artist and push that artist. Just like think about it, last summer, Sexy Red and Glorilla was just pushed from black and white, but the white people were pushing Sexy Red and Glorilla. Now it could be something against black women or what have you, but you had everybody from a toddler to their granny talking about twerking, talking about shaking their ass.
And even the propaganda works toward the little kids, because if little kids only see this is what black people are, they won't aspire to be more. I feel like it's all of that is a piece to the propaganda is literally destroying us, making us feel like this is who we are. So I can only imagine what the rest of the world are looking at us and saying. Like even like whole culture and just anyway, like why are we allowing that to be promoted in the first place? Like I just feel like it's
entertainment.
And I know I'm saying
what sells? Sex sells more than anything. Sex sells. If you have a show, guess what? If you got sex in it and people getting killed, that's a hit show. Have you ever noticed if you see people watch a movie and within the first 2 minutes if somebody get killed, they're like this? Because it's not going to be boring to you. You're not going to have to sit there and think.
Yeah, but it's the movies that they make about us when we're deleting people is always boys in the hood. But they make movies, it's Taken. This is the nigga that killed everybody in the movie. You know what I'm saying? They always It's the Punisher. It's always all the people that they doing it to is always they the vigilante.
Yeah, like Rambo and Commando killed
Rambo. Let's talk about
Rambo and Commando. You got Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger killing them.
Bruh, Kill Bill. Like what? They be shit in their movies too.
Yeah.
But it's never framed the same.
No, it's not. I mean, it is a difference, but the whole thing is they know they need us. No matter what. If we just didn't participate with none of that.
Equalizer, John Wick. Come on, bro.
White people wouldn't be able to sustain it themselves. They need us. We're the common denominator and everything.
But y'all, I wish I could find. I'm pretty sure it was the new guy on the panel who said it or whatever. You was up here too. I think it was, his name was Asher.
The one guy, the older cat.
Yeah, and y'all was asking him, well, what should we do with the wrong ones? And he was like, let Trump buy some land across seas. Right? And we're going to make them start over. Make them sound like a camp to me.
Well, he got a $400 million plane yesterday, so he can do it.
What do they need us for, Mr. Williams?
For one, they need us to make a balance. We balance it all out. If you don't have any black people doing anything, participating, because we do, they really, when it comes to the music and everything, we actually buy a lot of music. We actually help the culture. If we're not the ones in the crowds and all of that, you don't have that. You don't have it. Because they need that certain type of
but
have that swag, and we can adapt. We can adapt to any environment where they can't. Either they're gonna
because black degeneracy is the only thing that's entertaining to everybody else.
Yeah, that's because
which gives a motive for them to make sure that we promote and produce more degeneracy. Because like I said, it's like you used to have a nigga sell his soul to sell out his people. But after a generation of the sellouts feeding the poison, you could just go get the poison ones. You could just go get a crash out and give him some money. Remember what I was telling you, Hamp? Like, oh, he really do it. They had the rappers who was never doing anything, rapping, and everybody's like, oh, he's not real. Everybody getting exposed. Okay, let's give him the real ones. Let's go get him Vine. Let's go get him the Lil Jackson dudes and who I smoke, and then name 10 niggas you smoke. And stand on their grave in the video.
Yeah, in the video.
What do they need us for, though? Are you guys saying entertainment?
Court jesters, a group of a race of court jesters.
They need us for it all. They need us for the entertainment value. They need us, yes. We can be puppets when it comes to them. To the gatekeepers.
They need us for it. They need us to laugh.
They need it for the culture to even exist. There would be no hip hop without black people. There would be no rock and roll. There would be none of that shit. They just always had the financial backing. That's why they could take our music and get a white guy like Elvis, steal our music and put it out there. But now we have the information. Now we just have to take control of the situation. But what is the word I'm looking for? We're attention whores. So we're gonna do everything. And that's pretty much what it is. We're attention whores. Like we gotta be seen in something. Think about it. How many videos you see now where people are actually really doing bad, dumb shit. And they recording the shit. They're going live. I just seen a female today that I actually know. She was recording herself getting her ass beat by her dude, which is the most sickening thing I've ever seen in my life.
Even in the social media realm. And don't get me wrong, we're black, and black people be minding their business. I don't know what nobody saying, but black people don't be knowing what's going on in white society because they be minding their business.
Do. We the most meddling down right. No,
we do not be in white people business.
We meddle. Yes, we do. I promise you
not.
right now, if somebody heard a boom,
name me the top 10 issues.
Will be in their windows in my neighborhood.
Mr. Woods, name me the top 10 issues in the white community right now.
Poverty, meth, any kind of man-made drug they can get their hands on right now.
That's 2.
And the one
That's
thing,
2.
I want to word it right, sexual offenders.
That's 3.
Sexual offender, like it. And that's the one thing I want to tell people too, that when we
But
talk
that's only 3.
Wait a minute, how many did you want, Sherelle?
I said 10.
You said 10 of what white people do?
Yeah.
Oh, they ain't raising their kids. They'll sell their damn kids. What else? They boosters. They steal car parts because they show are stealing catalytic converters. What else you want to know? They always committing some type of fraud, whether it's blue collar, white collar crime. They rob plenty of banks. That's one thing they will do. And then on top of that, they're part of the biggest part of sex trafficking as well.
Mr. Williams, the number one thing plaguing them is they keep deleting themselves. That's the number one thing plaguing them.
But
white men are deleting themselves at all times.
10 things. Come on.
Y'all don't know what's going on with the people.
No, I don't even know 10 things that's going on in our community. 10 things? That's a lot of shit. You just named.
But
10.
the white people do. The white people.
No, you just named 10 things, Mr. Williams. You ain't named 10 things specific to white people.
Yeah,
you said they be boosting. They be
boosting to them people, so I know a lot about them.
Well, hold on. Let me get the 2 new people in. Naughty American was popping. AFR in the building. What's goody? Perfect. Can you hear me? Check. They both frozen? AFR, what's up, my boy? Unmute.
I hear you. Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
They need us. They need us for our body, or melanin, or DNA.
Can you hear me?
Black people come weak. Our bodies come up missing. Our body parts, our organs.
Hey, Naughty, can you hear me? Naughty American, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ham.
No, I'm talking to Naughty American expat.
No, he wanted to talk about the harvesting of the organs, black people's organs getting harvested.
Now, before I have to get on him, I want to make sure he can hear me. You know what I'm saying? But AFR, you got the floor. What's up, my brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to put a quick correction in there. Shout out to William. Hi, Miss Sherelle, my favorite husky hyena. And just to let you know, they recriminalized M110 because I know the popular notion is to say they, when white people are guilty of abusing drugs, they want to give them sweetheart deals and you know, do what they did in Oregon, which Oregon was like, I think one other state kind of did the same thing, like California or whatever, but they recriminalized it. So now if you're a ET person doing drugs out in the open air like you could before, you go to jail. So they're not with that. So there's not this overarching, we just see poor white people abusing drugs, so we want to make their lot in life better, but not those blacks, you know, like that's tired. No. It's just because failed progressivism failed, and that's why they're putting people back in jail where they belong. So I just wanted to put that correction out there. And I'll say this one thing. Yes, people do want to be cool like us, quote unquote, like I guess Black Americans, but it's only in the minstrel degenerate type, like ghetto lifestyle fashion that sets you apart from other people, but it's nothing really. It's kind of a faddish thing, but it's not that they're like, oh, I want to be like them. It's just like maybe help them hook up with the trashy girl or maybe some ethnic girl, whether she be Black or Hispanic or something. But at the end of the day, they're not picking that stuff up because they really want to be us. They're doing it for a certain reason, but not because they want to be Black. So I'll just leave that there. I got to go. But I'll be listening.
You got to wait for a response.
I wasn't saying that they want to be like us.
Hold on, let Sherelle go.
My bad.
Sherelle, do you want to say
I wasn't gonna reply to him. I thought we was just move on.
No, it's a show. Anything that he said that we need to reply to, that's the key.
Oh no, I didn't hear anything that needed to be replied to. I thought he was talking to Mr. Williams.
Oh, yeah. So, well, in terms of the fact that they did it, though, AFR, I think is key. The fact that they decriminalized certain drugs in those particular states and areas because of the what they call an epidemic for them. When it's us, it's a crisis, right? You know, but they was ODing like that was a thing to do and shit like that. You know?
And something similar is like, you know Kai? Sinette?
No. Yeah.
You don't know Kai? Okay,
Yeah.
so like Kai is under fire right now because Kai is the biggest streamer right now.
Is he bigger than the white boy, Jew boy?
Yeah, he the biggest streamer. Like he broke the records on Twitch.
Okay.
With the marathon he did. It was like a 30-day marathon. So now he's basically creating a school, right?
Okay.
For streamers to help newbie streamers or struggling streamers get into the university so that they can build their platforms, right?
Okay.
So it's a big deal. All the streamers are trying to get on there.
Okay.
Now he's under fire because they say he's only accepting Black people.
Okay.
Right? So it's like, no, anything that we do is cool. They want to be a part of it. And now they're screaming discrimination. But y'all was opening the door for us. But Kai is consistently opening the doors for young Black boys to get in. And now that's a problem. Because why isn't he allowing the white boys and accepting the white boys and helping the white streamers?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's lit, you want to be a piece of it. You want a part of it when it's lit.
Mm-hmm. Let me read you. Samson with the 11 euros. Salute. What's poppin'? D with the $5. They celebrate their own. HBO's Weeds, Breaking Bad, Boardwalk Empire, Sons of Anarchy. Samson once again. Salute, my brother. Hope all is well. Aaron with the $5 says, Truth is white people became this so-called peaceful image to the world when our image became negative. When they was reckless, we were humble. Samson with the $6 super sticker. NTAT, Nick Taylor was popping with the $2. I can't be promoted without participation. I mean, that's fair. Marcus Evans with the $5. We're also protecting Black devils in our neighborhoods. American Rifleman with the $2. Drugs recriminalized whites getting locked up again in Oregon. Okay, that's what he came up to clarify. Savage.
Shit like that.
I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, good brother. Hope all is well, man. Appreciate you. We definitely going up from here. Perfect. Mayo Monkey with the $2. They decriminalized pot, right? Yeah. Where? Colorado? Black people you think over there? Like we literally
in DC too.
I know that, but the points being made, like, oh, well, they did it for Colorado, right? Like, but we specifically saw these drugs that are actually, because weed is argued, is it medicinal? You know what I'm saying? These street drugs that they overdosing on ain't that, right? We saw when the OxyContin was killing motherfuckers left and right. So this is a false equivalency.
Yeah, it's laced with fentanyl and everything now.
Jordan, what's up? Susan Jordan Fraser in the building, just became a member. Welcome to the family, Cuzzo. Good to see you. Jonathan with the 20 ball. Perfect. Off topic, Alexis. Saw the boxing video. You kind of quick on your feet.
Shit like that.
Thank you, Jonathan. I've been working, bro.
Even
that the Division 1 talent don't always fade, man. You know what I mean?
But I can say one thing, even with the like housewives or like the reality show with the housewives and stuff like that, it's crazy because the one we talk about is always the Black one. When there's like a bunch of housewife franchises, the Black one is not the high most watched or anything. No white women be just as the same stuff be going on all of them, but the only one we talk about is the Black one.
The Black one's
but
better.
Look at the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. They be acting just as ghetto, just as ratchet. It's just never gonna look like that because we're Black and we make everything look worse. Or that's how it's framed to be.
But the Black women look better than them pasty ass white women.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nardi, what's going on?
I agree with you on that, man. When I went to South Africa about 6 years ago, I was on there for like 10 days, but they got the real housewives of Johannesburg. It was crazy.
But Nardi, you
But
got
they're
the floor, man.
nowhere
So when you were
the
first
original.
talking, we couldn't hear you at all when you first
Yeah,
got
I had
on.
bad internet. I know I had bad internet. It was raining off and on.
Oh, you good now though. You got the floor. How's it going?
I can't complain. Thank you for having me on your panel. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I was saying I was listening to everything and in and out of the. I still heard you guys, even though you couldn't receive me on my end because of my janky internet. And yeah, from everything people keep saying, they don't need us. Why do you keep putting them on a pedestal? They're in a bad position, man. You know, they need us. Our DNA. I'm not gonna get on harvesting organs and all that, but they need us for everything. Entertainment. It's just to make them feel better. Like the sister up, I don't know your name, honey, but you were talking about how the original Housewives series had the Caucasian women. They were just as ghetto and crazy. That's a fact. But for some reason, it makes them feel better. I guess it's a psychological thing. I don't have a psychological to do anything else. Just from anecdotal experience, it makes them feel better to see our women acting the fool, even though they're just as crazy or sometimes more ghetto. It makes them feel just a little bit more better. And it's sad, but it is what it is. So the only thing I could suggest is just keep working on protecting our own creations, like the hair you're wearing right now. The South Koreans control distribution of all that weed. There's no reason why black women can't control that industry. Control it. If you're going to wear it, control it. That's one example. Control it. Just don't have a salon or a little boutique. Control the importing of that Indian and Brazilian hair. Because South Koreans, I was in LA for like a week. I just got back visiting the family. They still control everything. They control all of it. They be having black hair shows, and you're the face of it, but behind the scenes, the distributor is South Korean. It should be the other way around. You should be controlling all that. And the same thing with everything else. Black entertainment, we should control it. We love to complain, saying them, and holding us down. Ain't nobody holding us down but ourselves. If we could finally stop having all this infighting, we can actually have something, you know. But it's like I think it was HAMP when you said, oh, well, no, not HAMP, it might have been Mr. Fantastic. I'm saying we can't stand to see another one of us rise up. We have to be the top dog. You know what I'm saying? So we're really doing it to ourselves, man. The best I can do is just do my part, and each one of us on this panel can we just do our part, not to keep being crabs in a barrel. I know it's a cliche, but it's really what we're doing to ourselves. We're holding ourselves back.
You think it's us doing it to ourselves more than any other
Not
outside
100%. Not 100%.
But
There's
all right, what
outside
you think is
forces.
more, though? Do you think it's more us or more outside forces?
Right now, I'm going to say it's more of us. It may be 60-40, them, and 40% us. Because I'm not going to put the whole onus on us. I mean, we have a big responsibility not to, fall for it. I was raised on rap music. I'm probably the oldest person on this panel. I'm 62. I'm a boomer. I never went out after I saw a gangster movie or heard a gangster rap song. I didn't want to go out and emulate what I saw on the silver screen or what I heard on the radio. No. My father kicked my ass. No. It just don't go down that way. So and we all make choices. So it's the same thing. It's like I tell my nephews, they're all Gen Z. I tell them, my brother tells them, you're a man now. You're a black man. You got to make your own decisions. You can't blame white people for your own mistakes. If you want to go out there and act a fool and be a criminal and you get caught up, you get hemmed up, that's on you. You can't blame outside forces for that. So I'm saying it's around 60-40, 60% them, 40% us. Like we have a lot coming at us. You know, some people can't put their phone down. They depend on social media. That's their whole identity. You know, so they can't, how we say, go outside and see things how they really are. We don't have to sit there and succumb to it. You know, we have like a small percentage of the black people that are actually doing the crime. Small percentage. Most of us ain't no damn thugs. Most of us ain't out there slanging. You know what I'm saying? Most of us aren't. Most of us are hard working. We got businesses. We're professionals. You know what I'm saying? We raise our kids right. Most of us do. But the media's not going to put that out there. So it's up to us to combat that. But this panel right here is a good example. I wouldn't even come on this panel if it wasn't positive. Trust me.
So,
but I'm going to drop down. I don't want to monopolize your panel. I know somebody else wants to come up and talk.
No, you good. We got room. So because we
All right,
might,
brother.
someone may disagree with what you said or any level, or want you to expound. So it might go back and forth. So it's all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can get
All
up to
right,
10
cool.
spots. So we got plenty of spots available. So you good.
All right, thank you.
For sure. Beans, what's popping? What's goody?
What's up, man?
What's goody? How you been?
Man, listen, I've been kind of in the dumps because you ain't did the show I requested yet. I'm still waiting on the show I sent you that text about. But you ain't even been doing no Bible shows, man. You starting to turn into a sinner. I know they came out with the movie and everything like that. You know, but
oh, reconciling them verses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh shit, yo, you're right. I haven't done it.
You ain't been doing no Bible shows. I've been waiting. I'm like,
damn. Yeah, I gotta do that one. Okay, because that is, that's actually a big conflict for a lot of people. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Cause I was gonna text you. I said no. He want me to do this like in totality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there's a lot to go through too, right? And honestly, yeah. Okay, I got you.
I only got a few sources that I trust, right? So you know, I talked to my OG about it. My OG is getting really better at not trying to force things, right? So I'm kind of glad that she's been doing this school thing because it's been opening her mind up, and expanding her mind to seeing things from a broader point of view and not being so limited and stuck to what we learned in the church over, those last 40, 50, 60 years. So
yeah. 100%. I like that. I don't know why I never even thought to do that show before too, because it's almost like, do James and Paul disagree? Right? So I got you for sure. Okay. Word. What'd you think about the topic though? Thanks for the reminder.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know exactly what the topic is. I just know what I've been listening to so far.
Oh yeah, you can.
And Sherelle, I used to really like Sherelle. I really did, but just I don't know what's going on. She said it's all these other shows, the reality shows, the Real Housewives of this and that, and all we talk about is the black ones. Sherelle, we black.
No, I know that. I said that. That was my
we
point.
Gonna talk about the black ones. I don't know about y'all. I've never even ever watched one single episode of none of those shows. But if I had it wouldn't have been the white ones.
No, it was to my point of like when I was telling Mr. Williams, we be minding our business. Black people don't be in white people business. That's why we don't never know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, we don't never know what's going on with them. We don't watch their shows. We're not keeping up with them. They keep up with us. We're not keeping up. He can't tell me what happened he can't tell me 5 co-stars on the Beverly Hills franchise.
Nah.
Who, you talking about me?
Yeah.
I couldn't name one either.
All
That's what I'm saying. That was to my point.
Like, I mean, are you going to Mob Wives as well? Like they a part of that.
I don't know their names either because they was told the Mob Wives girls. They was
I
fighting
look at it
big on the Mob
all
Wives.
because I want to be cultured. If you just look at one thing, that's what you're gonna be stuck at. It's all about being attentive. I'm gonna look at all this goofy shit just so I'll know what's going on because I want to know.
I'm saying the majority of black people
Man, we watch that
mind
shit.
black people's business. They don't
Cold
mind white
case
people's
and
business.
all of that shit. What do you think
Right.
it is for real?
Absolutely.
Cold case, all of that. My women,
Yep.
my women and all of them, they watch all that shit. And that's white people shit.
Yeah, but that's
Killing
TV
each other.
shows though,
Yeah.
right? So and
Get snapped and all of that.
and that's but that's TV shows though, right? It's a little bit different. Like I can imagine following none of those people on Instagram. Like Instagram is real personal for me. If you look on my Instagram, you see I'm not really following a whole bunch of people. And in the last 6 months, I started following more of the half-naked girls because I've been stealing their videos trying to build a channel to make some money off of, right? But other than that, I wasn't following them either, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like I might follow, let's say like a Jamie Foxx. I'm not following Tom Cruise. I don't care what Tom Cruise is doing.
Man, speak of the devil, man.
Who is that? Tom Cruise? Oh.
You getting calls from them people? What you got going on?
I got class.
Oh.
Nah, but yeah, man, like for real, like to be honest with you, I did a show earlier today. Shout out to everybody who came through. Those numbers was beautiful. But I did a show earlier today because I found out that this statue in New York is not the only one, right? It's several more of them. So they got one in San Francisco, they got one in Italy, they got one in the Netherlands. And it really had me thinking, because my question was, should we be offended by it? A lot of people are talking about the representation, about the one specifically in New York. And I understand it if you think that's the only statue, but it's not. And when you look at the other statues, particularly by that particular sculptor, Thomas J. Price, none of the other girls are fat, right? But the one thing about them is that they're all dressed down. And it made me think maybe he intentionally didn't sexualize these sculptures.
But why did he put Stacey Adams on all of them?
No. One of them got on some Hirachis. One of them got on Air Max 90s. Right?
Why the American one got on Stacey Adams though?
Well,
like she got the non-slips on.
That's the well, I called them. I said they was the steel toe construction boots, but at the same time though, like the one in San Francisco, I think that's the one I said I actually liked. The one in Rotterdam, I like that one too. But I think the whole thing was not sexualizing them. What if he had sexualized them? What if he had made them with these perfect D cups and ass everywhere and all this other stuff, right? Then that's what we would have been complaining about. Why we always got to sexualize black women. Now he frumps them up and we complaining about that too. Now, when I first saw the statue, I'm like, come on, man. Is they trying to normalize, right? Overweight chicks and this and that. But then I found out after doing some research, it's more than just this one sculpture. So sometimes we got to be willing to look into things first before we just assign these conspiracies to them. It's easy to do it. I'm pretty sure I do it as well. But you got to be willing to do a little bit more research, you know? So the depiction of black people is absolutely propagandized. There's no question about that, right? But at the same time, yeah.
So this is what we was talking through now. So we looked at a couple things that are stereotypical.
Mm-hmm.
Where you find the worst of the worst at? What street?
Like the literal street?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you talking about MLK?
And it's just so ironic that we got the MLK in every single hood. That's the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
We were looking at the complicit nature of how we act. So, like as an example, now these numbers, Sherelle kind of came up with these numbers. I don't know if you agree with the numbers, but in the hood, if you got 100 people, 30 people doing something wrong, you think that's inflated?
Wrong as far as criminality?
Yeah. Whether it be you buying from a booster, all that shit is illegal. I don't know if everybody know that.
Oh, well, from that perspective, of course, absolutely.
Okay. And then you got another, let's say, so you got those 30, another 50 people know who's selling drugs, know who boosted, know who shot John and all this other shit. So now you got another 50 that know the crime, know where it's at, know what's happening, even look past it, live by no snitching, slightly complicit. What you think about that?
50 besides the other 50.
Yeah, so it's 70 left. We got the 30 that's actually out there, doing the shit. 50 know who doing the shit. Know who shot John last week. Know who's selling drugs.
But would you include the other 30 in that as well?
No, so now it's 50 plus 30. So now 80.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in total, you would be having to say 80, right? You're saying 30 are out there. If you out there, you know what's going on too.
Oh, yeah, fact. So 80.
So it'd be 30 plus that 50, which would make it 80. I absolutely disagree with that.
Okay, how many people know?
Yeah, I would probably say, if I wanted to be nice, 30.
So 60 altogether? That know and or doing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think most people know, I don't know how we look at this, but most people are not that in tune with what's going on. I was in the hood, in the streets, and I didn't know who was doing all what. You see what I'm saying? I couldn't tell you all the names. I didn't know everybody. I knew blocks that stuff was happening on, but I didn't know all the blocks. You see what I'm saying? It's too much to really put that heavy of a percentage on it. We got to think about how many people are really there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's categorize it. So you still dealing with the same 100. I'm just giving you what like kind of like when Sherelle and I was parsing it. But we dealing with the 100. So 30 is cool in terms of actually doing shit. Another 30 know about the shit that's going on. Not all of it, but
no, I'm saying 30 altogether. So what I'm saying is 30% know what's going on and know what's happening. Another 30% could be doing something, but it could be a percentage of those people that don't actually know what's going on, right? But that's what I'm saying. If you're saying out of 100 people, you got to think about how many that is. Out of every 100 people, that's what I'm saying. That's very difficult to do. Now, if you was doing 1,000 people, then
we didn't do 100 people. We did 100% of the
just the percentage.
So percentage wise,
I said people, which skewed it. But yeah, if we're just doing the percentages, yeah. So out of 100%, 30 people, 30% actually doing crime and whatever the case is.
Yeah, but that's totally encompassing. I hate to complicate it, but unfortunately I have to because I'm me, right? But you got to think of, like, when you said boosting shit like that, like buying weed, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Maybe got the bullshit Fire Stick. You ain't supposed to be paying for that bullshit as TV on Fire Stick, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's all encompassing. So it's so many little things. Now, if you talking about robbing, carjacking, drug dealing, stuff like that, so now that's a different ball game. You see what I'm saying?
Clarify. So it's the stuff that they put on TV.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, 30%.
What percentage would that be?
30%. I promise you, because that 30% is not only the people in the street, but it's the people in their families and shit, and then the nosy neighbors. Everybody else is really trying to mind their business. Everybody else understands the less you know, the less trouble you'll be in.
So 30% are actually doing the shit that they put on World Star and shit like that. Right? That type of crime.
No, hell no. No, that's why I said the 30% was all encompassing of everything.
So 30%
all the bullshit, jaywalking. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so the stuff that you see that's propagandized for all intents and purposes. What percentage is that?
The bad shit. I can give you the actual number. 10% is 5%.
5%.
Absolutely. Like, if we use the number of people, the number of black people who actually have criminal history, right? That's gonna give you 5%. If I threw in another, let's say another 2 to 3% for those who don't get caught, right? So
yeah, that's what I was just about to ask you.
You see what I'm saying? Even if if I was nice and gave you 10% just to make it a round number.
Easy math. So you saying at max, the nigga that got caught with the gun, not what he did with it, even though like all those cats.
Everybody, 10%, yeah, absolutely. That's about 10%
at max. Now,
absolutely.
let me ask you. Let me use this word.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of the 90% that's left are complicit in any way, shape, or form?
So of the 90%,
yeah.
So you probably talking about 20%.
So on top of the 10%?
Yeah, on top of the 10%.
So complicit about 20%, and then 10% being generous, kind of doing the actual shit. So you would say 30% know some, okay. So
you talking about friends and family members, and then
I ain't
those who know
telling my
something
brother
to
and shit like that. I might even hide the burner for him, all types of shit, niggas,
Absolutely.
Now 30% beans, let's say, because your number is lesser than what Relly had came to, right? 30%. Is it still propaganda at that point? If 30% between complicit and actually doing the crime, and now they tell the world this how these niggas act. Because then I wonder, right? And this is I'm not trying. I just want to give you all the things I was thinking about before you respond. So you got 30%, and then like let's say me or Mr. Williams, how I act where I'm from is different, right? So as an example, when I was in DC, you can't leave no bags in the car. You know what I'm saying? Nothing in the front seat, nothing in the back seat. Everything go in the trunk or get out the car. You almost got to take it home out so niggas don't try to pop your trunk and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You always locking your doors. If you got like my wife example, depending on what time of night, she can't stop for gas. My daughter can't walk to the store. It's a bunch of niggas standing outside all the time. There's wild trash everywhere because everybody loitering. You know what I'm saying? And the feel is different. When I get out the car, you looking all around and shit. Just the shit that you got to change how you moving. And where we live in Texas now, this shit like roses and bubbles compared to that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
So I just see it changes our disposition a bit. So you got that 30%. Is it still propaganda at that point, or is it real?
Yeah, it's propaganda because the majority of it is that, right? So if you look at 100% of Black focused content, it ain't 30% of it that's that. It's more like 90% of it that's that.
Okay.
Right? So to some degree, you may say people may not necessarily be entertained by the quote unquote family type shows. I know it's a couple of them out there. They got the one show with what's Cuba Gooden brother name? Omar
Gooden, I think.
Omar have a little family show out there. I think he owned something. Was it a barbershop or something? He got a little show, little Tubi type show. One of the Maori sisters had a little family type show. I love Mike Epps' show. Mike Epps' show with Kim Fields, awesome show. I hate that it's only 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 episodes a season.
Yeah.
Super dope show, right? But you're gonna say most people ain't gonna watch that. They want to see Power. They want to see Raising Kanan. They want to see whatever that show is that come on Stars with all the fruit booty going on. So if the argument is that people want to see it, we try to play the other stuff and people don't watch it. What's the boy name? The Wayans brother, Damon Wayans show recently just got canceled, right? They tried to say the numbers wasn't doing as well. I was watching it faithfully every week. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm from the Damon Wayans era, right?
So my wife be watching this shit. I go watch something else. That shit boring to me.
See what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. They can always make the argument that we ain't watching it. You know what I'm saying? But it still don't change the fact that the majority of our content is that. If you go through Tubi, Netflix, and you go through the Black section, that's what it looked like. Love in the hood, hood love, hood where there was love. Right?
Yeah. But I guess I'm asking though, is it propaganda or is that like how niggas is really giving it up?
We putting it out there.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. But that's what I'm asking though, right? Because that's why I got it up here, right? Yeah. Biased, misleading, but those shows resonate maybe because we can like see ourselves, whatever the case is. And then if 30% of us have a level of responsibility for the negative that's happening around our way, is it actually propaganda as it's defined?
Well, yes, but and the reason why is for the same reason why you have the conservative douchebags who come on panels and they use the percentage of homicides as a way to paint that picture of black people and more specifically black men, right? Oh, you're only 13% of the population, but you represent 50% of the homicides. Well, if only 30% of the people are performing these negative details, why is 90% of the media about black people, whether it's reality based, news based, or programming, is this? Why is it that? Why you don't have these shows about these other people that's going to school and working and just doing this other stuff? Why you don't have more of that? Right. And again, you can make the argument that the people won't watch it, but it won't change the fact that the material itself is being produced.
Do you think, I guess what I'm asking is because one of the qualifiers for propaganda is the misleading thing. So if we got 30% of people, right? And I know you're being generous with the 10%, right? It just makes it easy. If it's 30% of people involved in some way, shape, or form about the things that they're showing, 30% seems like a lot when you're talking about crime in particular areas and neighborhoods. And I'm just like, if they can go to these places, see these things, and then when we live in these places, we have to change how we move because of the perceived danger, and we actually there. Does it qualify as propaganda? You see what I'm asking?
Yes, but it's still propaganda. Then the reason why is because, as they say, most black people don't live in the inner cities.
Yeah,
and that's something that was surprising to me when I heard it.
That's true. It's like so, and Rel and I was talking about that earlier, and it's like 3 or 4 percentage points. So it's like 47-51. You know what I'm saying? But technically, it's correct. Most.
Oh, is it that close?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Oh,
you
see,
know?
they said people have tried to make it seem like it was so much.
No,
vast difference between it.
It's not a vast difference. Most of us don't live in the city, but that's rural and suburban. But 40 is like 47% of us live in the city. You know?
Yeah, but like if we break it down, right? So let's use Power, right? So the TV show?
Okay,
the original, the OG, right? Let's go through Power. So who was in Power? You had Ghost, Tommy, Kanan, Tasha, the son, the daughters, and pretty much everybody else outside of a couple of people were involved. Do you see how that's not like in reality?
What you mean? The show?
Like more than 30% of the characters were actually involved in the street shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's not based in reality. Right? Now you could make an argument that, well, the people in the show, the characters in the show it was about the street element, so they were showing it. Yeah, but he was a killer, his wife was a killer, his homeboys was killers, his mama was a killer, his daddy was a killer. Nobody wasn't normal. Everybody was just killers. Like, come on, fam. Right?
But
you see what I'm saying?
But that's a TV.
Even the grandmama was with the shits. Tasha, you better not leave that killer. He's good for these babies.
But bring it back to what I don't. What's the correlation? Maybe I'm just.
The correlation is that in the show, what they're essentially what's misleading about it is that everybody is with the shits, and that's just not the case.
No, we agree. We agree. I accept the figure of 30%. But
I know, but you're saying how would it? You're asking. You said one of the criteria of being propagandized is that it's misleading. And I'm saying the misleading part about it is that they make it seem like everybody just with the shits.
No, 100%. I'm just looking at a 30% figure being a lot of people to be with the shits. And then the people who are just functioning, like you're saying, are literally moving different and affected very directly with the shits. There's bars on your windows. There's glass up at 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying? To get through 7-Eleven door, you got to weed through 10 niggas standing there. There's mad trash on the street because everybody drinking and just staying outside, throwing cigarette butts everywhere and shit. Like, I'm looking at all of that. And I'm like, how is that? Hold on. Yeah, you could just let me. And I'm just looking at it like, is it propaganda when it's 30% plus the 70% are very directly affected, and it changes how they move around in life. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
I was just thinking of the fact, even now, especially in my city now, like by the time 8-9 o'clock hits, the stores are closing. A lot of the gas stations are closing. You can't even get gas at a lot of places. So
I would say the reason why it's propaganda is because we're talking about the 30% because we're there. We know everybody ain't, but it's being promoted to everybody else like this is the 100%.
Yeah. Well,
this is all them niggas, and then
the
you get a
100%.
token. You can get a token, and then they watch the token nigga very close to see if he gonna do some nigga shit.
But what I'm saying is 100% are actually affected because 30% can change the trajectory of a neighborhood, how it moves, right? And so 100% are generally affected. And I'm just looking at like, and then if they go there, will they be able to recognize or see the things that are on World Star and shit like that?
Yeah, so it's not propaganda that the inner city
duplicate it though. Does it make it like if they can go and actually witness, like for instance, you was in DC, right? The mayor said, "Hey, carry cash because so many people are getting robbed. If you have something to give them, you're less likely to be shot." In Philadelphia, a year and a half ago, there were 30 carjackings in 2 days. That affects the whole population because they was carjacking everywhere.
So that's not the propaganda that they're carjacking. The propaganda is they're all carjackers.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Black people are carjackers.
Well, see,
all of us, we getting our cars jacked. We're not all the
but see, that's the thing. That's the thing, though, Sherelle. This is why, and I want y'all, and I'm just pushing so we could, and because guess what? Niggas ain't shit because of one nigga. So that one nigga cheated on her and then had sex with her sister. Man, niggas ain't shit. So I'm
niggas don't take care of their kids.
Well, that's the point of it. The propaganda about because even by your own take, you're saying the community or the neighborhood part of it, right? I don't know about where everybody else is from. I assume the few places where I live has been like this. Mm-hmm. Like I might be on this block. This might be the 7900 block, and it's bad. It's guys standing outside, and they might shoot at you, something like that. And then I can go a block over and won't nobody even whistle after a certain time on that block, right? Because the people on that block it's like all houses they own. They keep the grass cut. That's somebody's mama, one of the aldermen, something going on. Like they got a lot of respect for what's going on that block. You see what I'm saying? So when you talk about neighborhoods, that's what I'm saying. We make it. The point is that they make it seem like this is something that is innate to blackness, but it isn't. It's innate to America. It's innate to Western culture. We didn't start gang banging, right? White people started gangs. Italians and all of them was gang banging. We didn't start drug dealing. They was already doing all this before we even got involved in any of that mess, right? We wasn't the one doing the drive-by shootings. They was doing the drive-by shootings, okay? We got a whole thing called the Valentine's Day Massacre in Chicago where they lined them guys up in that building and aired them out. And because people always talking about black people, the only ones who celebrate, they degenerates. Really? Because I just got through watching the Alto Nights. That's a brand new movie.
Yeah, we talked to that. We
Robert De Niro playing two gangsters.
Yeah, I need to watch it.
Two real life gangsters, not no imaginary made up gangsters.
No, so I was saying that earlier. Like, there's another show you brought that up. It's called Legend. It's actually the two Cray brothers out of England. If you ever watched that,
yeah, Tom Hardy. Yeah,
well, you know when Hope say "ball so hard, motherfucker trying to find me," that shit Cray. It's actually their last name. He's saying because the one of the brothers only got caught because he went to his brother's funeral. Yeah, and they was some. This is a good movie. It's called Legend. It's probably been out 5 years now, 6 years.
Longer than that.
So we definitely were talking about that and etc. Right? But because when you go through history, I think your point is y'all hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think your point is still at that point, you know. I guess when we were looking at it now, because of it stemmed from the black fatigue thing, which seems like a newer proposition. And I agree, a lot of history is ignored. And I know I'm kind of almost pigeonholing it a bit, because I'm just looking at in recent times, like just what the experience is around us. And the reason why I said men ain't shit thing is because they say all or most. I never heard women say that's propaganda because it's not all of them.
They say
and the effects of which. Sorry, Beans, go ahead. I broke up. Sorry.
I was saying they say that about themselves, but to your point, they don't say that about men. Yeah.
You see, and so now, well, is that propaganda, or is it proven based on what has happened in, to, or around those women or people? When we liken it to what we're talking about.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, my draw was from like when we in the hood and we black fatigue, which we probably should because somebody stole our car, somebody broken out. They tell us move away. It's better places you can go. So now white people who are in the better places that you can go don't have to deal with niggas all the time. How are they black fatigued? Because they watching propaganda.
So wait, if I know what time it is and I move, can I claim black fatigue?
How? How is it fatiguing you? How is it stressing you out? How is it affecting your life? Turn off the internet and you ain't gonna never see another black person do nothing. You done isolated yourself.
Here's what I'm saying. I moved though. Did I move because I was tired?
But you're black, right? So black fatigue coming
from. Did I move because I was fatigued?
Yeah, you moved because you was fatigued. So I'm saying is you validly can have black fatigue if you're a person in the hood, and then you move to somewhere better. The people who are championing black fatigue, the reason why it's viral is because of white people who never lived in the hood, who never lived around black people, who are only seeing black degeneracy on the internet.
Okay. Now fair. Now here's the other thing. So we kind of go into two different things, which is fun. It's completely fine. And I think that's solid, Sherelle. And I'm glad you reset it because you said it earlier, but it's more people here now, right? Now here's the other thing. Is it propaganda if you literally getting it from the source? You don't even got to make this shit up. All you got to do is go sit outside of a Dollar General and press play and press record. And you can get a whole lot of fatigue and shit. You can get a whole lot of fatigue and shit. Every time I see a video like on X, they always at a Dollar General. Or Dollar Tree, the green one. What's the green
Dollar
one?
Tree, the green one, Dollar Tree.
Yes, but that's the point is that you have to go where it's happening. You can't just say, take me anywhere where it's black people at. You see what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie.
None of my Dollar
If
Tree,
you go to a Dollar Tree, you got a 70% chance of getting some fatigue and shit happening for sure.
I'm at Dollar Tree every single day. I go Dollar Tree finding new Dollar Trees. Ain't shit be going on that.
To your point, right? It's the Dollar Tree down the street. I live downtown, right? It's the Dollar Tree down the street. Technically, that's the hood, and it's ghetto as hell, right? If I was tired of seeing the ghetto-ness, then I would have the ghetto fatigue, right? I don't go there. I go to the one on the other side where the white people at. I ain't gonna stunt, right? Like I do. I ain't gonna stunt. It's bigger. It's cleaner. You know what I'm saying? The staff is smiling.
They have more stuff in it.
You knowing to avoid it. You knowing to avoid that one is kind of making the point, though. And I just wanted to say what Hank was talking about. So,
what I'm saying is I could go to the one where my ex live at, and I won't have that problem. You see what I'm saying? And over there, it's majority black too, but it ain't this. Right? Like that's what I'm saying. It ain't the hood. It ain't this ghetto.
Yeah, but that's intimate. But that's intimate information that we understand, like, you know what I mean, from a cultural perspective, right? So you got the hood, then you got like the hood, right? You got like, okay, niggas might be chilling out, hanging out, but then you got niggas trapping, totally different. And that's something that white folks don't understand. It's all hood to them. Every hood is hood to white folks. Right. So I really want to talk about what Hank was talking about with the Philly shit, right? Bro, do y'all know how crazy it is? 30 carjackings in a day? Nigga, I'm looking at your grandma funny, okay? With the strap, holding it. 30 in a day? bro, that is outrageous. So you got to think of the concept when you, and what's so crazy is we become numb to it. Y'all niggas try to downplay 30 carjackings in one day. Not break-ins. Carjackings mean, hey, run up on you, give me your shit. Nigga.
Right, crazy.
Listen to what we saying. Hamp, y'all, that's why I came up here. Hamp made the point. You niggas like, no, ain't not a big deal.
That's why I'm gonna ask Beans straight up. It's fantastic. Beans, look me in the eyes. Move your glasses down a little bit.
This nigga ain't shit.
I know those is personality glasses, nigga.
That's a fact.
You got no real glasses.
But the propaganda, the propaganda that y'all
Hold on, Sherelle. 30 carjackers in the day, Beans. Are all the YNs you see that day guilty?
No. So because I don't actually. So this is where the conspiracy part comes in.
Every stoplight. Ain't no
This where
ain't
the
no stopping,
conspiracy
nigga. Hey, listen, the only person I'm putting over for the cops with the lights on. Get them out of here.
This is where the conspiracy part comes in at, right? Because it's difficult for me to accept the fact that all of those situations was just black people doing stuff. It's just hard for me to accept it. It just is. I am one of those people who accept the conspiracy that they have other people running around doing shit and saying we doing it. I am one of those who accept that as a conspiracy. I do. So they did it to the Panthers. I don't know why we think they just throw away tactics of war because it's 2025. I don't know why we still want to pretend like making sure the rise of a black messiah is not a real thing. But I'm just saying, like, I am one of those people who accept that as a conspiracy. So
all I know is in my city, YNs are acting a donkey. They are robbing every
They
race.
are, but what I'm saying is this: if one of them came to me and was like, "Man, some dude came to me. He was in a suit. He told me and my homies, and he gave us this money and told us we had to do this," I wouldn't be like, "Get out of here with that." I'd be like, "Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense." What he look like? Clean cut, slick hair back, nice suit, wingtip shoes. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Edgar Hoover Jr.
I wonder this though, right? We got 30% that have a hand in this bullshit, right? That's a large percentage for bullshit, right? And then I look and it's like, what parts of, because you're not there to see it based on Sherelle's premise, what I think is an interesting one. And does that make it not real? Do you not have to worry about it? Do you not have to be tired of it? You can only be tired of it if you experience it directly. Because throughout history, things that we haven't experienced, we say that those things affect us. And it's not propaganda. That shit is real. I ain't have to be there to know that putting niggas in chains had an effect on niggas.
Yes, but the black fatigue thing, to me, I don't think this can be used for that. I think, again, it's not that it can't, right? It's just, it's problematic, particularly if you're a white person and this is the thing that's on your mind. I'm sorry. Right? Like I did a reaction the other day. This white boy was at some college Myron was speaking at, and he said, one of our students got ran over by an immigrant, and we all know about the Carmelo and Austin Metcalf situation, and I'm tired of white people being killed in the streets. When is this gonna stop? And he was maybe somewhere in between 18 and 22 years old. So I'm just saying, if he's super tired already at 18 to 22 years old of white people being slain in the streets, that's what I'm saying. The reason why I think it's problematic is because you're talking about what is. Even if I conceded to you what is, even if I conceded all 30 carjackings was a YN, every last one of them. If I conceded every single thing that happens was a black person doing it, if you're tired of it, shouldn't you get rid of the things that's causing it? Or do you think you just want to sit up all day and complain? Because I keep hearing all the same people complaining about black fatigue, white or black, telling everybody else that they need to stop complaining. These are some of the same people telling black people that they need to stop complaining. They need to stop complaining.
But
So
I think you're also forgetting one
how do we
thing, though,
decide
too.
who gets to complain?
What HAMP was alluding to, though, we have to
Let me
worry
get
about it even more because
after
we
you
have
finish,
young
Mr. Williams. Let me get Mr. Fantastic in because he at the store, I think. So let me make sure.
but
I just want
we
to make sure
have
he get
young
in. Oh, he
kids,
at the
so we
doctor.
have to pay attention to it more.
Doctor?
You know, we have young kids now, so we have to pay attention to it a whole lot more. We have no choice. We have to be teaching them to look over their shoulders and watch out for different things as well. We have no choice.
Mr. Fantastic, you in there
Uh,
filing a complaint?
No. Hold on. No, Phoenix, you gotta turn the show off, I think.
Say again.
No, Phoenix, you gotta turn the show off, I think.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Turn the show off in the background. You gotta turn the show off. He got the show on the big screen. We appreciate it.
Yo, you got RZA? You got RZA on here? That's RZA?
Melly Melvin member for 13 months. You might pay attention, Mr. Fitz. Shout out to the Kia boys and the Ultimate Girl. Yo, that
is crazy to say that out loud.
That's crazy, bro.
That is crazy to say that out loud.
Yo, even like the traffic, right? So like certain parts of DC, and this is true for Philly too. They be 30 deep on dirt bikes.
Mm-hmm.
And the traffic be fucked up. They running the lights. You just like, yo, like just because that's illegal, right? To be riding that dirt bike in those 4-wheelers, and ain't nobody beeping, right? It's 30 young niggas in a ski mask. Ain't nobody beeping at them. Like you just can't get to where you want to go. They swerve. It's like I'm just looking at what affects, and then when we talk about this propaganda, but then when we are subject to it, is it reality? And if so, how can it be propaganda? That's kind of what I'm mining through. Let me read these real quick.
Because you caused it. Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me finish. Black King been a member for 12 months. Realistically, about 35% know what's going on or are involved. So that's a little bit higher of a percentage than Beans, about 10, 15 points.
Wait, are they including the pastor? Because the pastor be knowing who in crime too. The whole church congregation be knowing. They be out there trying to save the. That's what I'm saying. People be knowing.
Well, yeah, Beans was at 20%. You was at 50%, Sherelle. So that's we just looking at the numbers. Just Jim with the $5 says, the pastor ain't shit though. There are other sculptures, but it's representative of us. Problem? Why is it a problem? You gonna leave out women who look that way? Why? Who are you? Okay. And TAT with the $5 says, and some NTAT clarify this some for me. And some dismiss it until it's their mother-child wife that gets carjacked. It don't matter until it matter. The carnage won't stop because blacks deny it.
That's why it won't stop.
Reaper with the $5 says, if you need the most underrated mafia show, watch Gomorrah. It's HBO Max. And podcast, who you got? India Love or Old School Takara?
India Love.
You got to look it up. Just Jim with the $5 says, Black Fatigue. I guess these are two women, I think.
Yeah,
Just Jim with the $5.
What are you talking about?
Look them up real quick.
I'm about to.
Black Fatigue is those white folk trying to make blacks better, though. Not just seeing them from afar. No Phoenix, what up, my boy?
What's up, big dog?
What's goody? How you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may have a delay. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he definitely trapped in 36 chambers. So you gotta probably come back in.
You got a delay.
Look at God, won't he do?
No, Phoenix. So I just dropped the link again. Just dropping out and come back in. That usually fixes it because you got a delay like 7 seconds.
To answer his question, Takara. No question, Takara.
Takara?
Yeah, absolutely.
So no Phoenix, you had a delay, bro. Let me drop the link for you. You can come back in. Reaper Rail with the $5 says, no Phoenix, turn off the vid in the background. Not only does dude look like Cole from Martin, but he just
that is crazy.
Yo, man, this is no Phoenix first time up here, man. Get a man a chance to learn how to do it. Good grief, man. It'd be so many experts in this motherfucker.
So
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if this is I'm pretty sure if I talk to any of the conscious brothers, they would say that this is correct. But a part of
I
it,
think Reaper can catch bugs with his tongue, though. You know what I'm saying? Reaper, a lizard-looking motherfucker. You see what I'm saying?
Stupid. I think part of it.
I know you in the middle of talking. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I think part of it being propaganda is that you incited it, right? So it's kind of like how we talk about in football, where somebody do something and the refs only see the reaction, right? That's kind of how it is. What the reason why we can also say that it's propagandized, because all of this was done intentionally. None of this is coincidence. None of this is by happenstance. Everything you see was planned and thought out. Okay, it was intentional, right? So you put people in this particular state, and then you say, "Aha! Look at them!" Right? This is why I don't watch the news. I read it the other day because the news come on. All the black shit, crime that happened. Then they do sports. Then they recap all the bad black shit. Then they show you an animal story. And then the news go off.
That what J. Cole said, thunderstorms, cyclones, Timmy got his bike stolen. Top story, Tiger Woods be fucking all these white hoes.
Type shit.
Anchorman, stop snitching. Cut the commercial,
like
he be texting all his side bitches.
Nobody want to watch that, right? It's just like, it's crazy. Chicago is not majority black. So it makes no sense that we on the news more than everybody else. There is no logic at all. None. So that's what I'm saying. Part of it being propaganda is the fact that you incited it. You made it happen, and then now you're using your media sources to say, aha! See, this is why we always treated those niggas wrong. Because look who they are, right? But that's why certain people, I ain't got to say no names, fantastic, don't ever really want to go back, right? Like, this is why I try to get them and say, oh, let's go back to 1950, right? And you say, oh man, in 1950, black people were married 70%, wasn't no gangs, wasn't no drugs, wasn't no all this and that. What happened? Tell me exactly what happened. Don't jump all the way from 1950 to 1981 and say rap music and dope. Tell me what happened that got these people to this place.
But
so
they had a war being, and they needed to fund this war that it was happening.
Even if you want to say that what they're quote unquote propagandizing is true, right? Then the point is that the reason why I think it's misleading is because it is suggestive that it is innate of black people, and that is just wrong.
Well, I agree with the not being innate part, but at the same time, autonomy is a thing. You have a choice. What y'all do when y'all say this and y'all bring up the CIA and the drugs and the guns. Again, the majority of people didn't pick up the guns. The majority of people didn't pick up the drugs. Why? Because they had a moral system set up and a decision to make. They're not going to participate. I don't give a damn what you call it. If you put a plate of dog shit in front of me, I'm never going to eat it. Okay? That's the logic that black people refuse to use, and y'all want to always go back to the source. And okay, again, once the slavery was over, once Jim Crow was over, what happened? Black people started to thrive on your own. If we would have never changed, if we were in the same condition, you would have an argument. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of black people were able to overcome the circumstances put before them in the worst position and made something good of it. Kills this whole source bullshit, bro. Niggas want to be niggas. That's what y'all want to hear.
Hold on, Sherelle, because this is important. I don't want this to get lost. Fantastic. It actually substantiates the argument. That's what I'm saying. If by your own take, black people did all this overcoming, what the hell happened? That's my point. Like, what happened that made it to where it went from that to this?
I told you the niggas made a decision. You had a circum subset of niggas that decided that we're going to be niggas, and not only we're going to be niggas, we're going to blame our niggerdom on white folks and say I'm like this because of the white man.
See, you
That's
jumping.
the
That's
answer.
what I'm saying. You jumping from everything was great to you niggas just niggas. That's what I'm saying. Like the conversation. I'll admit this. If we had the real conversation about what happened, it's boring. But sometimes the truth is boring. It is what it is.
Well, no, I think I did a pretty. My bad. Go ahead, Sherelle.
I had a very good point rebuttal to what you said. Fantastic. First of all, shout out to Fantastic for saying that was my show. We all can't come because it was. Thank you. Stop hating on me, Hamp. He was right. Okay, period. Yesterday, I felt that. Because Mr. Fantastic was like, shout out to Sherelle for the show. And you was like, it ain't her show. She just live there and all that. You was hating on me yesterday. Okay? But you just said.
What did he say? Sorry. What?
He was bringing up when I did the show. We did the show about Everybody Can't Go. That was my topic. So he said, shout out to Sherelle for that show. And then you was like,
I've seen you kill too many people. No.
This might be risky.
I'll find out.
Who the fuck? Huh? Huh? Who's he talking to, Beans? Huh? I'm telling you, 6'5" niggas get you in trouble.
Brother.
God damn it. Watch your mouth, girl.
I'm gonna remember that. Even when you took me off, when you took me off, I was still right there in the corner down there by the bottom. So I never left. Nah. But Fantastic, you said if they sit a bowl of dog food in front of me, I'm never gonna eat it. Your ancestors felt the same way, and then they starved their ass, and then they start eating chitlins. You talk about people that made soul food out of slop. They was feeding them nigga pig intestines, and them niggas put hot sauce on it.
Wow. He said them niggas bad. God.
That is
y'all hear me?
They fed them niggas.
Or do I still have a line?
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, we can hear you.
That's a great point.
From a pig.
Yeah.
Pigs will eat their own shit.
Yeah, and it's still.
They took the intestines from pigs and told them niggas make some food out of that, and them niggas cleaned that shit, cut it up, and put hot sauce on it. What you talking about? You wouldn't eat no dog food. You gonna eat it after they starve you. Ribs touching your stomach start touching. You gonna eat anything they put in front of you.
No, you still won't, Sherelle, because again, your body has, and I said dog shit. I didn't say dog food, but I still get what you're trying to say. Listen, at the end of the day, right? Adapting to something and making the best out of nothing is a thing in an art that Black people have perfected. Y'all helping my point by saying that when you're using, even when in the worst conditions, there were Black people that not only made a way, okay, but they didn't succumb and they didn't just, you know what I'm saying, lay down and die or whatever is what I'm saying. You move from that to the current time. There's different times and things that happen. Once you get from under the white man, what did you stop doing? Niggas don't eat chitlins like that no more. It's a very, very small fucking percentage of niggas that's eating chitlins out here, okay? All right, so once you learn better, you do better. What I'm saying is you still got some chitlin eating niggas though, right? So y'all are helping my point yet again, because some people refuse to do better even once they know better. And they cling to the things that give them comfort. It's easy to be a fucking degenerate. It's easy to break the law. It's easy to sell dope, but it's not easy to compete out here and be, you know what I mean, successful. So those of us, the majority, again, that have done it that way, is proof that the white man is not an excuse for the niggerdom. It's just not.
If we know that people will adapt to the circumstances and get comfortable in it, then we know that's a human thing, right? Black people just have to adapt to worse conditions than other humans. Then the other people that y'all comparing us to, we had to adapt to worse shit than them. We got comfortable with less than them, but they got comfortable with what they have too. They just always had more.
I agree, because like you said, you have an equivalent of white people for everything that Black people do. There's white drug dealers, there's white drug addicts, there's white criminals, there's white victims of criminality, right? the thing is, though, again, it's the praise of it and it's the support of it. That's what I guess, y'all niggas just argue HAMP for saying 30 carjackings in a day. I don't think y'all understand just how profound that is. That was a real time case study test system.
That's propaganda.
It's not propaganda. It literally happened.
It is. Wait. Because first you said we ignored it, and now you said we argued it. So make up your mind. Which one did we do? Did we ignore it and blow past it, or did we argue it? See,
well, no, I'm saying, well, my bad. I used the wrong. I misspoke in saying ignored it. You tried to downplay it, or you tried to diminish it, right? You attempted to diminish it, and understanding that if I'm even a black person, right, that has never, say I'm in Beverly Hills or something, and I live a sheltered life, and I see this story about 30 carjackings happening in one area. What am I gonna think as a black kid? I don't want to go there, mommy. We're never going to vacation there. You know what I'm saying? Strike that one off the list.
The 30 is just the reported. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then you still have the ones that's just not reported, where people was just like, all right, fuck it, I do something else, give me another car. So the 30, I feel like, is a low exaggeration.
See, and that's what I'm saying.
I used to live in Cleveland, but I'm somewhere else right now.
That's the issue, is that it's easy for us to do that. That's what I'm saying. It's easy for us to pile on to the people who look like us. It's easy for us to do that. It's hard for us to say, well, damn, look, how did we get here? Right. And that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. If we're saying the propaganda is convincing the world that this is innate of black people, and then we're saying on another hand, we understand that it isn't innate, then you have to understand why the language and the rhetoric around how we got here is absolutely necessary. It's not about blame game. It's about what's truth, right? What is absolutely truthful about it? Because guess what? A lot of, not just other races of people, but a lot of these YNs, as y'all call them, and other black people do believe that this is an inherent condition. They convinced us that diabetes is passed down from your family. Not because you eating this fake ass meat, not because you eating all this bullshit, salt and sugar and shit every goddamn day of your life since you've been able to eat whole foods. No, because your grandmama had it in 52, and that's why you got it in 25. Right? They're like this, the brainwashing and the mental slavery condition of our people still exists to this day. It's so much information that people don't have, which is why they say when you don't know the past, you're doomed to repeat it. So it's very important for us, when you're talking about something that is maybe true about black people, to also give the context of why it is that way, so that we're not helping the propaganda narrative.
Yeah, but the example you gave.
Say it again.
Go ahead, Francis.
No, but the example you gave was not fitting, because diabetes is it's hereditary, or it has, you know what I'm saying? If you have it in your family, you're more apt to get it than other people. Now, you're right about all the other parts, but you can't say that it's propaganda, that it's actually hereditary. It is. Just like heart disease is hereditary.
How do you know that?
So I was trying to figure out you said it was propaganda though, so that's what I'm confused about.
I know, I'm saying, how do you know that diabetes is hereditary?
It runs through my family.
That's actually
well, the site. Well, you're asking me, have I read the papers?
No.
I'm
so again, I'm literal. So I'm asking, how does Fantastic know?
Got diagnosed.
What is?
I got you. No, I got you.
Does Fantastic have that says it's hereditary?
So that's what so like I said, I've actually read some of the medical paperwork concerning like a lot of the preconditions that black people are due to or subject to, just like sickle cell. Sickle cell is something, are you going to deny sickle cell too? It's something that more likely is attributed to black people, right? And it's a genetic situation. I don't understand. I can't tell you all the symptoms and all the issues behind it, but it is medical, you know what I'm saying, papers and stuff behind it to support it.
So let me ask you this. When you say black people, does that include black people globally?
Not, it would be the American. That's why I said black. Black is in our colloquialism, not Ghanaian or Nigerian or whatever.
So that right there substantiates my point. right? That is not about your grandmama or about it being hereditary. It's about our diet over here. It's about what we eat and the bullshit that we intake over here. That's what it's about. It ain't about your grandmama had it or your great grandmama had it. Because if I took you somewhere else, like in Africa, where they don't have those kind of diets, then you probably would never have that issue. Because those people over there tend not to have hypertension and high blood pressure and all of that. Now it's getting that way now because they have a more westernized diet. They got McDonald's and all these other fake ass restaurants serving them the bullshit food, the same shit that they serving us. But when you go to those areas where they still eating grains and all of the herbs and vegetables and fruits and all that shit as a majority, and when they do eat meat, it's very seldomly and stuff like that. They're not taking in all the sugar and salt and shit. They don't have the same health problems as us, right? So once
that doesn't take away from the genetic and the hereditary aspect, though. like if my ancestors, my grandma, your grandma were here, you can't say it's because of it's just simply because of the diet. Because again, 100% of the people don't get it. There are people that, you know what I mean, eat the same diet or ate the same diet and don't get it. It still has something to do with the genetic makeup. That's why we're not Africans. We're different from Africans, as in where our genes contain more non-African genes. So it could, for everything the hypothesis could make or the argument could be made, is because of the mixture of the gene pool that we have it and other people of Negroid descent don't have it, along with the diet. But there will be a disease over in Africa that they would have that we wouldn't have over here due to the same thing, because it runs in their pure bloodline of being African. That's what I'm saying. So
so let me get. Well, let's do this, right? So hold on real quick, Will. I think we both made good points on that. No need to make it circular, right? I'll say this though, Mr. Fantastic. The greater point that I was making by bringing it up though was this: is the same people in charge of telling you that the reason why you're gonna have diabetes is because your grandmother had diabetes are the same people who were in charge of telling those black men for 40 years that they didn't have syphilis, even though they really did, right? Like that's what I'm saying. You gotta think about who you're dealing with. Once we tell women that once they show us that we can't trust them, then we just can't trust them no more, right? And believe me, I understand that it's very difficult to say, don't trust your government, don't trust your media, don't trust your teachers. Like, who wants to live like that, where you can't trust any of the people who are in charge of informing you? I understand that, right? That's very problematic, but you have to have some sort of healthy, what is it called, Sherelle? What's the word for it when you mistrust people?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But basically, you have to have a healthy distrust, right? Of people, to be skeptical to some degree. Yeah, there you go, skeptical, right? You got to be skeptical to some degree, right? To be able to just say, okay, listen, I'm gonna take what you say, but I'm also gonna do more research and make sure that I'm shoring myself up with enough information, and I'm not just relying on what you're saying, because you have proven for over hundreds of years now to be very undependable when it comes to using you as a source, or at least 100%.
Because those the same people who said
did
that
Phoenix
black
go?
women.
My bad, Cheryl. Did Phoenix go?
Yeah, but he can go again.
I did want to put in a little bit because I seen the.
My bad, Cheryl. I just want to make sure he get in because he been waiting. And then Savage had hit the link a little earlier, but then he had dropped off. So I just want to make sure we get everybody going. Go ahead, Phoenix. My fault.
Yeah, I just like to let people talk. No disrespect to anybody. I ain't gearing towards anybody, but I like to let the stupid talk, especially on live, because when the stupid talk, the masses can see who's stupid and who's not, right? But I want to get back on to what y'all was talking about earlier. Now, Sherelle has said something about 33%.
You gotta clarify the statement. So we've been on live for 3 hours, right? So it's okay that you think somebody's stupid, but since we're still up here, who you think's the dumbest?
No. I don't think anybody was dumb. I think people made good points. I think people made some points that was not so, you know what I'm saying, educated. But I don't feel like anyone's stupid. But me, I'm more so trying to get into this thing, you know what I'm saying, to what y'all doing. And I figured that it's pretty, I see a lot of people talk over people and things like that. So that's why I like to be quiet, because if you keep interrupting a person, they have more time to think. and process what they're saying. But if you let a person just go off and talk and just rant, they'll tell you about themselves. They'll tell you how smart they are and how dumb they are, or how less intelligent they are.
They'll tell on themselves. They'll tell on themselves.
Yeah, they'll tell on themselves.
Yeah, points will run into each other, right? Because you're saying so much at once. Okay, go ahead, make your point. My bad.
Yeah. So I feel like, well, I want to say that you guys were talking about the bad people or crimes, right? And being 30%, right? So I want to up that and say degeneracy, right? Because none of this helps us. Like you said, the Sexy Red, the Cardi B's, the Megan Thee Stallions, the King Vons, you know what I'm saying? All these people that are just being our magnifying glass to these white people, right? Trying to say that we are this and we are that. But I feel like I want to amp that number up to like 45 and then probably give it to like 20 as being outside and not, as Hamp, you said, not snitching. You know, but then the rest, you know what I'm saying, you do have the in between that, you know, just let it go by, like letting it'll be a woman where her brother is essaying her child, but the child says something and the mother act like it's not happening. And we see this a lot. Same thing with the Cardi B's and stuff. You'd be sitting there. We have women that'd be like, oh yeah, Black Power, you know what I'm saying, more education, but they're listening to Cardi B with a 2-year-old in the back seat. So I feel like this degeneracy, I would call it degeneracy instead of just saying, yeah, it's a crime situation. I would call it a degenerate situation, to where even if we took away the crime, we still have this over degeneracy to where it could still like you didn't take the whole infection out.
No,
you only took a piece of the infection out.
Phoenix, I prefer your word choices over mine, because when Beans and I were talking, I made it more specific to criminal aspects. I think that would change his percentages if we put degenerate behavior in the category.
But we already did that in the beginning. I said,
no, not you, Beans. That's what I'm saying. I might have stifled, not stifled. How you say? Like siloed off just the criminals. You see, because that's what I asked Beans, particularly criminal shit. You know, but now degenerate shit, I think it may be expanded a little bit more.
Here's the thing,
and then Beans, after you go, just make it concise. I just want to get Savage in just because he had dropped off earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, like even if I conceded to that, that's easy to do, right? Like that's not saying anything. That's not some prolific statement, right? At the same time, if I asked the panel, which I'm not, it's rhetorical. What's degeneracy? What does it mean? What's the actual definition? You think most people would be able to answer that? Probably not, right? We hear these terms and then we just start using them because we see how other people use them, and then we just start using them, right? So even if I did concede to the fact that 45, 50%, 60% of people was degenerate, is degeneracy a black thing? Right? Is degeneracy black culture? Right? Is degeneracy innate to black people? Because if it's not, then you need to have that conversation, which nobody wants to do. They don't want to shame America.
Yeah.
I will.
You're not going to get more degenerate than robbing, pillaging, destroying, changing somebody's language, enslaving them, making them inhumane, making them test subjects. Let's not understand that black men and black women are with advanced modern medicine. Those same doctors was telling us black women don't really feel pain. Don't give them no pain meds. Yeah, so if we want to get to degeneracy, we're going to have to start talking about the dudes on the Mount Rushmore. We got to start talking about the men on the dollar bills.
Sherelle, I get what you're saying. Not to interject, I really do want Savage to go, but where it starts is home. We could sit here and talk about the presidents, but we can't even get to them. We can barely get to them. They got Secret Service, but we can't get to Ray Ray that's at 7-Eleven selling drugs.
Mm-hmm. Is that your concern?
It starts at home first.
But is that your concern?
My concern is way bigger than that. But I still do agree with Sherelle that is definitely the higher ups propagandizing us
Gross.
like that.
Okay.
Because they are using a small percentage to push the mass. But if we close, choosing better outcomes, choosing better partners, then they can't use propaganda against us. I mean, maybe to the masses outside of the country, but to the white people inside the country, or to other races inside the country, or to even us, they wouldn't be able to use that if we changed the way we move.
Okay. Let me get Savage in. I actually got a couple follow-up questions. But let me get Savage in. Savage, what's popping, man?
Perfect.
What's the word, man?
Not much. I got a phone call when I jumped on. That's why I dropped back down.
No, it's all good.
Black out on the panel. You guys not see me.
So freeze up.
I think that there's a little conflation, some conflation here. It can't be propaganda if you live an hour from the city and you go to the city and you know that like you have to lock your car or you have to behave differently. That can't be propaganda. Just like if you go to the city, like out where I live, my wife can go to the gas station at night. She ain't going to the gas station in the city at night. That can't be propaganda when you know there's a certain behavior that happens in certain places. Now, to make the attempt that someone's saying that all black people do something, I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Clarify that last statement, Savage, just so you can get. I just want to make sure the response is accurate to what you're saying. You saying you never seen what? Like people say all black people do one thing?
Yeah. So earlier people were saying that it's propaganda because they're saying that all black people do something, and I've never seen that in the I've never seen that in the media. I've never seen that.
What do you think?
Did you hear that? Hamp, did you hear that?
Hear what he just said?
Yeah. Did you hear anybody say that it was propaganda because they're suggesting that all black people?
That was earlier when they were making the argument about how it's propaganda because they're saying that it's all. That was the argument.
So yeah. So being Sherelle was saying they'll paint everybody. All of them is that. When I said all men ain't shit, remember we was going through that part? Because she was saying, because they're saying all of us act like X. So that's what he's speaking to.
Because the first time I saw the black fatigue thing, it was a white woman saying, "We're tired of black people."
Mm-hmm.
They don't separate it. They aren't saying we're black degenerate fatigue. They're not saying we're black criminal fatigued. They saying we're black fatigued. You know what's the ramifications, the qualifications, the requirements to get in there? Being black.
Well, that's just a general statement, which would be a majority. That wouldn't be an all statement.
Well, there you go.
And what we're saying is, it's not even what we're saying. It's not even the majority of us.
You said it's 80%.
No, I didn't.
You said it's 30% that are doing the crimes and 50% that are part of it. That know what's going on, or
which means
that's majority.
Which means the past. So the way
your own argument
are you gonna let me
makes
finish?
It general.
So the way that HAMP put it in, because I don't see it that way. I don't see the people minding their business. Which means
you just got to mute no, and then you can keep going.
Oh, is it no messing?
Do I have a delay?
Are you gonna let me finish?
Yeah, you just got to mute no, and she can keep going.
trying to figure it out. So that's my bad. I didn't hear it was him. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is he still echoing? I don't see.
All right. Hold on. No, you gotta echo, a delay, and all that. You got like the worst of the worst going on over. Not you, Savage. Not you.
That's okay. He be back.
He thought it was him.
Another Quavo.
I thought it was him too.
Hey, man, that's that white arrogance.
All right, let me see. All right, No's on mute now. Okay, all right.
I gotta stop. That was just a joke, everybody. It was just a joke.
All right, so Savage is saying, Sherelle, that the 50 plus a 30 equal the majority. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't believe that just because people are minding their business and doing whatever they need to do to survive in circumstances, that they're complicit. That was HAMP's ramifications. Because the pastor knows Lil John be doing bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's complicit under the rules that HAMP made. So no, I don't see it that way. I see the 30 being the problem, and 50% of them are victims of the people who are running around acting crazy. We're the ones getting our cars stolen. Just because we know who stole our cars, yeah, because we know 9 times out of 10 they're not going to get a long time for it.
You got one more number. You got one more number. So what's the 20%?
They moved away, and they're not even involved.
No, the 100% still live there though.
No,
but that was the demographic. So just do it over so he can respond.
No, I was talking about 100%. We was talking about 100% of Black people in totality.
So
the last 20%, they left. They like, I don't want to.
Okay, my question was pretty clear. So I want to make sure that I don't want it to be reframed as though like we didn't hear what we heard. So 30% doing the actual crimes, 50% complicit in the fact that they know who's doing it, know what's going on, are living by no snitching policy, not calling the police, and etc. So that's what the 50% was. That's how I broke it down.
But so what I'm saying is, how do I add the 50%? And that means everybody that knows. Typically, people know who to watch out for, but you're saying that makes them complicit in the behavior. We have to know that the East is dangerous. We don't pump gas here.
It's a great point.
But just because we know them, that makes us complicit. But we also know that you can't just call the police. They're going to get back out of jail.
Okay, so
and
here's
they're
the
coming
thing.
to find you.
I just want to be fair to the conversation. What you're saying now is not how it was broken down earlier. So
no, I literally said that, but you told me that I had to add them in. No, I said that in the beginning.
No, it don't have to be a bad. I'm not trying to say you wrong or right, but I know what was said earlier, right? So now to her clarification point, Savage, is the 50% know and are complicit because in order to be safe and understand what's happening in that community, you gotta be privy to what's going on if you want to stay out the way. So they're not championing it, right? They're not supporting it, but they're involved by proxy of the more you know, the more you can kind of get out the way. When I was talking to Beans, which I was consistent in, I was saying Beans shit like he'll hide the gun, do shit like that. That's what I was thinking initially.
Oh yeah, so if it's to hide the gun, it's not 50% that's hiding the gun. I thought you was talking about how many people are not going to snitch, are not going to tell, are going to put because that's what you said. They're going to put their head down and move around. Yeah, the majority of us got to do that. It's called survival.
Yeah, I think honestly, you shifting it. It's okay that it shifts if this is a clarification. So this is where she stands as a clarification, Savage. What say you?
But you don't feel like I said that in the beginning?
I don't feel.
You don't know that I said that in the beginning? Because we can. I'll go back and find it.
Go back and find it. We can replay it. And it's not like a big deal. I'm not trying to even keep you to what was. I just know how we were discussing it earlier.
But
hold on, Beansy. Let him respond. I just want to. That's what was. That's just kind of what was that. Because when he started talking to what he was saying, that's how I heard it as well earlier.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the point of view.
Incorrect. Yeah, and it's okay, right? Like, or a clarification. Go ahead, Savage. So what you think?
Well, I think to take the 50% out, because the example of the pastor has a certain privilege of not having to report things. So like that's a like not everyone the 50% is a pastor. That's like a disingenuous argument. But when it comes down to a majority, like unfortunately, it's a general statement. So generally would be considered to be a majority statement. So even if you're not going to go with the 50% and you're still going to go with the 30%, you can make a strong argument that 20% are dating those guys, they're their brother. Like it's unfair to paint it as if it's propaganda because you're saying that they're saying that's all black people, because that's a reach far less than a general statement of black fatigue is what I'm saying.
See, and this is what I said. It's not reframing it or none of that is not going to change his position or his POV. It's the exact same. And to that point, I wasn't here for that, so I won't speak on that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if something was said, I think we did a better job of it. Me and you, Hemp. At the end of the day, you can't use that number, right? It's that simple. Those outrageous numbers are just stupid. We shouldn't use them. It's that simple. If I look at how many black people are walking around with convictions and felonies and backgrounds and stuff like that, you're talking about 2 million people. So that's 5%, right? So now we just gonna jump from 5% of black people to all the way up to 50. Now everybody is just complicit and everybody hiding guns and everybody putting the dope behind the door for you. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this stupid shit, bro. Like, come on, man. I had aunties and uncles. I had family members that was with the shit, and I had family members that wasn't. Okay, everybody, if that's the case, knows somebody that's involved in the underworld. So if that's the case, we all guilty by proxy. Checkmate. It's 100% of the entire country then, if that's the case. Like, this shit is goofy, man. Come on, let's have a real conversation.
So I think Beans well said. The fact is that just based on somebody knowing something about something that was bad, yeah, I catch your drift 100%. But I think the discussion is regarding black people and black people's conduct as being propaganda. So I agree, except for in this particular conversation, we're talking about how black people are being propagandized or being perceived or whatever the case is. So that's why we're focused on this demographic specifically, but I certainly catch your drift.
Well, but what I'm saying is this: if it's black people in general, 30 guys carjackings, guess what? According to my data, it's over 600,000 black people in Philadelphia. Do I even need to tell you what percentage 30 is of 600 some thousand? It's
a low percentage.
It's so small that it isn't even mentionable, right? So that's what I'm saying. When we did this on my show, because people are always talking about my city, Chicago. We went through.
Before we go that far, right? I think yes, the number is low. When you hear 30 carjackings in a city with the square footage of Philadelphia, what's the impact on those people? Does it affect how many people? Does it actually affect the notion that 30 people got their cars jacked at gunpoint?
Absolutely. Does it affect the people in Detroit?
It doesn't affect. It affects the people in Philly.
So what? That's my point. When you say black people, you aren't talking about black people in that neighborhood in Philadelphia. You're not talking about the people in that square block, whatever it was. You're talking about black people across the country.
Okay. So you're saying in order for it to work, we have to specify Philly people specifically are overwhelmingly affected by 30 carjackings, even though it's 600,000. However, the black people in Detroit don't give a damn about those carjackings.
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to specify it at all, right? You
can just say populace is still the populace.
Yeah, you can just say that it's a lot of this going on, it's a lot of that going on, it's going on in black neighborhoods, going on in white neighborhoods, whatever. But if we're having a conversation specifically about black people, what I'm saying is, and we're talking about it from a propaganda standpoint, the point is that a vast majority of black people are not committing these crimes, are not involved.
So that's
the point. So and that was the argument going all the way back to something that happened 3 hours ago on the show, to me is disingenuous, because the argument that I presented, which is the problem of it being propagandized, is that it insinuates that it's innate of black people if 70 to 80% of all media surrounding black people is including this behavior.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair.
but two
Now,
things.
let me get, hold on. Savage had his hand up, right? And I think what I've seen very tangibly from living in that area is what they do, the young boys want to do too. And so when I look at Philly and them riding their motorcycles, dirt bikes in the middle of the street, they started to do it in Delaware, and then they started to do it in PG County. Then they started to do it in Washington, D.C. proper. So I saw those type of things permeate, but I catch your drift, right? I just trying to understand it thoroughly. Let me get Savage because he had his hand up. Mr. Fantastic want to chime in again, and then we'll get Sean, unless Sherelle and Beans want to retort anything that they heard. All right, Savage, what's popping?
Okay, so earlier there was a question asked about what the problems in the white community. Someone brought up pedophilia. So am I supposed to separate? So when they say black fatigue, that's saying that all black people do it. So am I supposed to also insinuate when you say that pedophilia is one of the top issues, that all white people are doing it? Am I supposed to make that same assumption as in he's making when it comes to black fatigue and when white people say it?
Sherelle, can you do me a favor? Can you say these words? No, they're not saying all black people. So that way, if he ever says it again, we'll have the evidence that he's being disingenuous. Can you say that for me, Sherelle?
No, they're not saying all black people.
Okay.
Am I mistaken, Hamp?
In what part?
Because when we were talking about the carjackings, he made the argument that that's Philadelphia. That's not Detroit. Okay. So he wanted to separate. All right. He said it is propaganda because it's being used against black people that don't live in the area. Can't that same argument be made for the pedophilia claim of white people? Isn't that doing the exact same thing he's arguing against? Like, he didn't make the argument about the pedophilia, but wouldn't that be the same argument? Like, could we not say that because it's not every black person carjacking? It's not every white person doing pedophilia.
Yes, you can say that. I just wonder though, he didn't say it though.
I understand.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, when I came up to make the argument about the propaganda point, it got shifted to all black people, and then he brought up the example of Philadelphia and it not being Detroit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm making the same logical comparison, because if he would be upset about the black fatigue, and it is propaganda because it's targeting all black people, the people in Detroit, not Philadelphia, won't the same argument be made the other way is all I'm asking. I know he didn't make the argument.
Yes.
Yes.
But let me tell you, but that's the problem, right? The problem is, even if pedophilia is high amongst white people, we will never look at them all. We will never say the majority. We will never try to go around the world and say, this is who they are, this is what they do, put their ass in camps.
Well, I don't know anyone
that's the issue that we're fighting right there. That it ain't the majority of people stealing cars. It ain't the majority of black men stealing cars. But because 30 cars got stolen in Philly, y'all could say it's this what black men do. They steal cars.
This is what YNs do.
Yeah,
now we demonizing the youngs.
And now I put a target on all they back. Every time somebody see a black person, they shook.
Yeah, well,
because y'all took the criminality and placed it at the top and said this is who we are innately.
Well, to be fair, there was a lot of crime in the 90s, and they made more laws to deal with that crime. And then on the end of it, we got told that it was bad that those laws were made.
That's so like genius.
So no. This is perfect though, right? Now, because Sav is 100% correct.
You finished his point.
Yeah, you did finish your point, right, Sav?
Well, I didn't, but
okay, go ahead. My bad. I thought you finished. I thought you landed. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like the crack laws, that was pushed by the Black Caucus. the Black Caucus wanted that to be done because it was affecting their neighborhoods. All right. But then when Biden's crime bill comes out, to crack down on that was pushed by the Black Caucus. It was racist. But now, like, there's no matter what position, if you say, hey, don't go to the city because there's a lot of crime, it's bad. If you say that, if you make any observation, it's bad. So, like, what is the solution?
Oh, that is perfect. That is a great question. No sarcasm, no facetiousness involved. That is a great question. What we need to do is probably get rid of about maybe 60% of white people. The fact of the matter is, to your point about the crime and what was going on in the 90s, and what they decided to do to stop the crime. Let's deal with the drugs first, because that's what he brought up. What they decided to do to stop the drugs was arrest the guys in the inner city for selling drugs. Hamp, would you say that stopped the drugs?
No.
So at the end of the day, like I said, you, Fantastic, all of y'all that don't ever want to talk about the origin of shit. When you go to the doctor and something is wrong with you, you know what they don't do? They don't treat your symptoms. They try to find out where is the problem coming from. They may give you a little something for the headache, a little something for the pain now, but they're doing tests, MRIs, X-rays. They're trying to figure out the source of the problem, because the only way to root it out and make sure that it doesn't come back is to remove the source of the problem. But y'all too scared to talk about the source.
All right. So, okay. First off, yeah, you niggas, y'all the same niggas that told me that 80% of people were affected by the crack epidemic. Remember that? Y'all remember that, right?
I'm pretty sure.
When I told y'all the minority of black people were affected by crack, and y'all say, no, it's like 80%. The majority of the hood was affected by crack. You can't have that fucking argument.
Those words.
Okay, well, it wasn't you, but niggas know. Niggas that was here know. They said it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have that, argue on that side of it and say, oh, the 30% is this, that, and the other, and then 30% is too high. When again, y'all leaving out the most important aspect of this. Hemp. Out of those, how many more carjackings you think happened in that one day other than the 30?
A few. I think 30 is a whole lot. I think
that, so this is the part y'all leave out purposely. And this is why I say, bro, y'all don't have these. The big problem with niggas is niggas hate to call out niggas. Okay? Niggas commit too much crime. I promise you that the 30 carjacking was 90+%, if not 100% of the carjackings in that day. Probably a record. Hopefully a record. Okay?
Yeah.
So again, when that is publicized, that is going to be an extreme for any and everyone. And if that's the first story that a white person opens up to see, or they hear the news say that is going to be alarming, shocking, and everything else, because it's 30 fucking carjackings in one day that were predominantly or solely committed by black people. Y'all, you talking about be disingenuous when that's what y'all do. I'm looking at this shit objectively as an outside person. I'm a fucking Martian, right? I'm not white. I'm not black. I'm not nothing. All right. I'm a complete total stranger that just got on planet Earth today. I look at the news headlines and I see this. Well, hey, you know what? I'm not going there. Right? Now, can you say, okay, well, the white stuff isn't covered equally? We don't know that because, again, we're not in the white neighborhoods. I promise you there's the meth labs. We all can agree that 90% of meth labs is going to be white folks, right? Yeah. We agree on that, right?
Yeah.
And every now and again, I hear a meth lab fucking news story, and 100% name that crime or name that criminal, white folks, when it does. It just happens to be a big enough meth lab for it to make the news. Black people do not have a monopoly on criminality. No one's ever said that. Black people don't even have a monopoly on the media for criminality. I don't see major drug busts and gang wars on CNN or CNBC or even Fox News. I see major stuff that happens, local news covers local activities, and if you're not there locally, you don't know about it. So again, this is the woe is me, and black people are the victims, and they don't want niggas be fucking up, and then when the shit get out here, and just like you said, they happen. Philly is one of the major cities in the country, and even if it happened in fucking Atlanta, Miami, any other Houston, Dallas, any other major city where you had 30 carjackings in a day, that is national newsworthy, and it's gonna get reported. It's the niggas' fault that the niggas did it. If the 30 carjackings were by white people, I promise you they would still fucking cover it. It just so happens that the perpetrators were niggas. That's the problem.
That's actually not the point, right? The point is that if they make
Beans, before you start, real quick, y'all got 2 minutes to extend the show, or I will happily go to the gym early. I'm sick of y'all. All right, I know y'all don't want to hit the like button. I know it's a weird popular boy.
Nigga fatigue, HAMP, nigga fatigue.
People in here, and we got 300 likes. Hit the like button, man. DJ HAMP 1, if y'all want to extend this show. I think we got a whole lot more to cover. We got new faces up here with spirit about the shit. Give y'all 5 minutes. Go ahead, B.
What's the name of that movie that came out, I think, at the end of the 90s about the black kids who was carjacking?
New Jersey Drive?
New Jersey Drive. That was the name of it, right? What was the name of the white movie that came out about them stealing cars?
Gone in 60 Seconds?
They were stealing cars in New Jersey Drive too, right? They wasn't carjacking. They were stealing cars, right?
No, they was carjacking.
We got New Jersey Drive, and they got Gone in 60 Seconds. You see the difference in the way that those movies is made? You see how they fantasized in Gone in 60 Seconds, and it was a hero thing, and he was only stealing the cars to save his brother's life and get his brother out the jam. But somehow these niggas is just niggering. Like, I don't understand. Fantastic. I'm so glad that I love you now as a brother, because I know that you don't necessarily mean harm when you talk. So when I say this, I'm not talking to you. But everybody else who says those words that Fantastic just said to us, which is that y'all don't want to call out the niggas, fuck every last one of y'all. I'm talking about content creators, your mama, your auntie, whoever else. When we spend our whole life talking shit about niggas, movies, rap records, in the barbershop, in the courtrooms, at the theater, at the gym, everywhere we are talking shit about niggas. Nobody don't have no problem with talking about how fucked up niggas is. The real problem is you niggas don't never want to talk about how we got that way. That's the truth. Particularly here on YouTube, where the black conservatives reign. Y'all don't even want to have the conversation. You would rather spend more time completely regurgitating 30 carjackers, 30 carjackers, 30 carjackers, 30 carjackers. And then I say, well, who started carjacking? Where did that come from? It don't matter. Drugs, crack, drugs, crack, drugs, crack. Well, where did the drugs come from? It don't matter. Like, what do we really not want to talk about what niggas do wrong, or are you niggas just scared to check white zaddy? Are you scared? What is it?
Well, I don't have a white zaddy. I'm actually like free and clear of anything. I do what the fuck I want every day. I don't have a job to check in. I don't have a boss. I'm literally
right
the
next person that say that word, I'm kicking them off the panel. Okay.
What?
ZADDY. You ever in your fucking life say that again?
Yeah, this like he said this shit. But so this is what I'm saying, man.
That's why I took it away from you, Fantastic.
Hey, they gonna clip that shit. They gonna clip that shit.
Intent, but I just.
Well, no, it's cool. I'm not taking offense. I'm not taking offense. I'm not taking offense. I can have the conversation about the conversation.
Talking about the word. I don't give a damn what content.
Yeah. Fuck all that. Yeah, but either way, this is what I'm saying, right? So no, that's not it. And talking about niggas amongst yourselves is not the same as calling niggas to the carpet and holding niggas to be accountable. It's totally different. We all talk, man, I can't stand them niggas, man. These niggas robbing everybody. These niggas stealing everything. These YNs out here, man, they motherfucking hitting grandmas upside the head. Yeah, that shit we say amongst each other. But again, the same way that niggas got together and marched for BLM, right? For all them bull daggers and brotherfuckers, right? And tore the whole fucking country down or literally burnt shit to the ground. Niggas not doing that for niggas. Okay? Niggas not doing that and having these town hall meetings and doing what the Detroit 300 tried to do and calling out the fucking criminals and the gang members and telling we no longer tolerating that shit. Anytime you do it, niggas tear it down. Okay?
But fantastic, you judging them for moving like their leadership. Their leadership moves that same way. Their leadership is a gang, the military, the police. Their leadership sells drugs, prescription, and otherwise. Their leadership fights over resources across the world, oppresses communities across the world.
Why we can't have these things though?
Like that.
And
why we can't have these things? Why we can't have our own military? Why we can't have our own police? Why are we the ones at the bottom of the barrel?
We did.
We can't have
the bottom of the barrel. But hold on. Can y'all let Fantastic respond to that?
Yeah, let them finish real quick, and then we can go. And y'all both y'all long-winded, but make it concise so I can get Sean in too.
Absolutely.
Everything you're trying to compare and trash, brother, is and you're being disingenuous. If everybody else could do what America does, they do it. Every fucking country has a military. They just don't have the power to do what we do to enforce our will upon everybody else. You enjoy that shit. You appreciate that shit. You love that shit because you take advantage of it like everybody else does. If motherfucking Papua New Guinea had the motherfucking power to run the world and make their fucking currency the reserve currency, they will fucking do it. I get tired of you niggas hopping up here and acting like you don't benefit from the bad guys and what. Stop it, bro. Everything has structure. This whole fucking world has been might is right. Conquering happened. All right. The reason we fucking speak English is because some motherfuckers that conquered some shit, okay, and then spread that language out across the world. Right.
So why are you judging the might is right in your own community if that's the way the world operates?
Because it's not might.
How is it not?
It's not might.
Is it not
the reason? And I'll tell it's not the strong preying on the weak. It's a fucking parasite. It's a fucking parasite surviving off of the weak. Drug dealers are parasites. They don't have no fucking might. You only have what you don't, like you said yourself. You didn't get the drugs. You didn't make the drugs. You the fucking middleman. Not even the middleman. You the bottom nigga. You get paid the least. You do the most time. You get caught the most. You're not. That's no might in that. You weak as fuck. That's the problem.
Okay, but why are they weak? Specifically,
because they dumb niggas.
Because they don't grow the drugs.
But because they're dumb niggas that try to get an easy way out in a system with way better fucking options of being successful. That's why.
Absolutely.
And then hold on, let me answer the question. And then people like you, no disrespect, try to make them mighty, try to make them powerful when you at the same time are blaming the white man for making it even possible. Which is it? You can't be the victim and be empowered at the same time, brother.
Fantastic. That's not what happened. That's not what's happening. What's happening is this. When I made the comparison, instead of just agreeing to the comparison, which you inevitably did, you don't think you did, but you did. Instead, you tried to say, oh, y'all don't understand. America works this way. Look, I ain't saying America shouldn't be doing what it's doing. I'm saying if they're doing the exact same thing. Y'all, when it comes to family, we say it starts at the top. Leadership matters. So that it don't matter if you're the leader of the community. It don't matter if you're the leader of the city. It don't matter if you're the leader of the state. It don't matter if you're the leader of the country. Leadership don't matter when it comes to that, right? It's only when it's just your family locally. That's insane, bro. This is exactly what the country was built on. So how are you now judging who the people y'all calling at the bottom for doing the exact same thing as the leadership does? That's my question to you.
I'm gonna answer this and move around because everybody else got to go.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like you said, right? Like you said, when you use the example of America, you said America was oppressing who? Other people, not Americans, right? Mm-hmm. Americans were their might over other nations and other countries and making them get down and lay down. Niggas doing it to themselves, brother, and that kills everything. As you so aptly say, checkmate.
Fantastic, really. Do I need to bring up the drugs, the Sackler family? Do I need to bring up red meat, the dairy farmers? Do I need to bring up cigarettes? And do I need to bring up the air, the pollution? Do I need to bring up poisoning water supplies? Like, come on. Do I really need to bring that stuff up? Don't pretend like it's just that. Just because I acknowledge that they do it around the world don't mean that they do it here. My bad. Go ahead, Sean. Hey, I appreciate you, though. Fantastic.
Sean, what's shaking?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
Good.
What up,
good. Bobbing.
Man, so much interesting stuff. I started from the beginning. The vast minority of people in the hood are criminals. I mean, literally the vast minority, almost a negligible number.
What number would you put on it?
I would say between 5 and 10%. Probably 5%. Yeah, 10% would be on the high end, on the very high end. This is how we have to delineate this. Say if you take a gang, right? You have people who are gang bangers and people who are gang members. Most people in the gang are just foot soldiers. They just out there. They out there to just be part of something. Maybe they sell drugs, maybe they don't. There'll be a bunch of small-time, part-time drug dealers, but they ain't gonna do no crimes. We all know the shooters are the shooters. The niggas who stand out for a reason. We can all in our head think of the niggas who was really stepping on shit because they stand out, because it wasn't everybody. If you just think about that, because I think we skip past these points too much in these conversations. Think about it. In your heads, you know who was laying niggas down, pause. Because it wasn't 1,000 of them. It was a handful of them, and niggas knew who they were, right? And so just thinking about that, right? So we got a bunch of foot soldiers who just want to be involved in something. A lot of niggas joined this shit, nigga, because they were some scary niggas, and they ain't want to become a victim, but they wasn't doing shit. Nothing. So the vast minority of people in our community are criminals. And definitely the vast minority are violent criminals. The propaganda comes in when they try to make it seem as if we're inherently violent. Most niggas ain't had a fight, ain't gonna fight shit. Nigga, they go run at all signs of danger. They don't want no smoke from nobody. No, nobody ain't had a fight in over a decade. You know what I'm saying? We know who was tough. We know who was knocking niggas out. And it wasn't most niggas doing that. That's why the people in your head that you could think of stand out. Because it wasn't a lot of them. Now think about this, right?
That's a great point.
If you think about it, right? Hey, Savage, name a black gang for me.
You got the Bloods, the Crips, you got the Vice Lords, you got the Insane Vice Lords, you got the GDs, you got the BDs. Is that good?
Cool.
Is that good?
Cool. Yeah. Name an organized crime organization for me.
Well, you got the Russian mob, you got the Albanian mob, you got the Italian mob, you got the Irish mob, you've got you got the Aryans in prison.
Cool. That's good enough. So what differentiates the organized crime organizations versus the street gangs? How are they different?
One's on the street and one's not.
Huh? So you mean to tell me the Chicago outfit want the first thugs in Chicago to turn shit up, laying shit down?
Yeah, but that was before our time.
No, I don't care.
No,
I'm talking about the messaging, and I'm talking about what happened. I'm talking about the St. Valentine's Day massacre. What
you got to clarify your question.
That we all heard of that was stepping on shit in Chicago. Was it not Al Capone?
Yes, but you got to clarify your question.
Yeah, but he was answering your question in real time, though. He was.
You got to clarify your question because there wasn't a such thing as a street gang in 1934.
I asked you the question in 2025, and you gave your answer in 2025, which goes to the effects of propaganda. So if they're all effectively doing the same thing, what differentiates them now?
Okay, so again, a street gang is different than a prison gang. Like the words mean different things. So a street gang is on the street and has less organization as the outfit. That's why I'm saying you got to clarify your question, because the outfit back in the 30s, they were in the streets, but that's not what the mob is today.
Right. And four of the first four you named aren't in prison today either. They don't operate in prisons. They operate in the world.
Exactly. So
they do
so
operate
back
in the
up.
world, but you don't have a lot of Irish. Like, there's really no Irish mob in America. You don't have a lot of Russian mob anymore. The Russians fell out of doing street stuff in like the 90s.
But you're
Irish
going
mob.
beyond the point, though. You're going beyond the point. The point is, even in your head in 2025, you make a differentiation between what a street gang is and what organized crime is. Just think about the effects of that, right?
Because the words mean different things.
Why do the words mean different things if they do the same things?
Because because there's levels to it. A street gang means that
What are
they're
the levels
on the
to it?
street. So just by the word using organization and street gang, those are different words.
Who came up with those words, though? Did different people come up with those words, or is it likely that the same people came up with those words?
I don't know who came up with those words specifically.
Is it likely that different people came up with those words, or the same people came up with those words?
I doubt it was the same people.
Why do you doubt that?
Well, the outfit was named in like the early 1900s, and street gangs were named almost 100 years later, or 80 years after that.
Okay, so look, so the classification of organized crime, right? Those organizations, right? You would say that came first, that classification, right? Based on what you just said, right? Cool. So you said street gangs came after that. So if they came after that, but the classification already existed, why create a new classification unless you want to classify some shit differently?
Because they probably operated different.
Probably, or do? Which one?
Probably operate differently.
Based on what? What makes you say they probably operate differently as opposed to they probably operate the same?
Well, one, by organization, and second, by street.
What makes you say that, though? Are you guessing or what? Like what?
Well, you're asking me a bunch of questions on the spot, and I'm trying to answer your question to the words that you're saying.
Hey, okay. Sean, can I say something real quick though? Just because I don't want to forget and I don't want us to get lost. Because I think his original answer, I think, shined the light on something, right? Because he said the difference between them is that one of them operates on the streets, right? To his point, when he's saying that there's a lot of mob isn't in America anymore, I think that's a bunch of hogwash. But the fact of the matter is that they aren't in the streets technically. Right. So when we say they aren't in the streets, what we mean is they aren't into the streets. Right. They aren't your dope dealers and all that type of stuff technically anymore. But you know who they are? They are in charge of the unions. Right. They do get to decide which companies get to build and work here and all that type of stuff. They still have monopolies, but they are tangling and co-mingling with those in power, right? They're, to his point, they're not in the streets, they're not in the underworld anymore. They're more mainstream, right? So that would be the difference in the way that they operate now. But even for them to get to that point, they had to be allowed to do that. They could have been demonized just as well as anybody else and said, no, we're not allowing none of y'all in. But they didn't, because they were trying to shore up their numbers as it pertains to white people.
Let me tie it all together. So the point of the matter is this: even in your head, right? People who murdered, sold drugs, and broke the law and used violence, you differentiate them. That the origins of that has an origin somewhere. We just don't know where the origin is, right? But there's a differentiation, and I'm sure that it was intentional.
Okay, so I'm currently in Cleveland. There was a Cleveland outfit a long time ago. You do not see any mob shootings now. You don't see any, like in the 70s, Cleveland was the capital of car bombs because of the mob. You don't see any of that. But you do see gangs on the east side shooting at each other.
Right. It's their turn. They haven't been legitimized.
Right. But look, but we're getting back to the
But what I'm telling you is the mob isn't around like that no more.
They are around like that. They just move different.
The mob is not like that in Cleveland. They're not.
But look, this is tying this back. This is back to the propaganda. The propaganda is the mafia is romanticized. People see those movies and like, oh my God, this is great. They don't realize that the death and destruction that they brought. You know what I'm saying? Nobody thinks about that shit. That shit is like mythological and shit like that. You hear Bloods and Crips and GDs, you think like these niggas are the worst people the world has ever created, and that ain't even the case.
No one said that.
Yes, someone did say that. So my point is that effectively, the outcome, they function the same: death, destruction, drugs. So why is one romanticized and one isn't? That is literally the definition of propaganda.
Gangs are street gangs are romanticized as well.
No, they're not.
Lil Durk just got arrested for murder for hire, and you see people posting free Durky.
Is that the media or is that people?
That's people, which would be romanticizing.
No,
yeah, but we literally was that what you were talking about?
No, I'm talking about you see how he switched it, right?
So you're telling me
the media
Paid in Full wasn't romanticizing that at all. Paid in Full, the gang that was moving.
That wasn't a gang in Paid in Full, bro. Those were individuals.
They were a gang. They were not a street gang, but they were a gang together that were moving drugs together. That wasn't romanticized.
It wasn't a gang. But
so you deflect instead of staying with the.
No. This is perfect. This is perfect. You gotta let white people white. So creating a movie about it means that you're romanticizing it.
No, you were made the claim that the mob was romanticized, and I'm using your argument against you.
Okay, cool. So you're saying that making a movie about something is romanticizing it, then, correct?
So explain to me how the mob is romanticized other than movies.
Cool. I agree with you 100%. So you're saying that making a movie about something is romanticizing it, correct?
No. I'm asking you the question because you're saying that you were saying that the mob was romanticized, and I'm saying, okay, so then making movies about gangs, is that romanticizing it? And then you're trying to say, like, they made the RICO Act to go after the mob. Like,
yes, I will. I'm agreeing or conceding, whichever way you want to take it. That's romanticizing it. Fine. Yes, making a movie about it is romanticizing.
Okay, so then how's the argument that they romanticize the mob but not street gangs?
No, so the people who are talking about us, right? The people who made Paid in Full, they look like me. Right? The people who are romanticizing it don't look like they look like me. But the people who are in the media who are talking bad about the people from Paid in Full look like you. But those same people romanticize the mob movies. Oh my God, Scorsese did such a great job. Did you see it? Oh my God, Robert De Niro was so great in Alto Nights.
So think about it, right? So based on the mob movies and things like that, were the things that you saw in the mob movies, did people take that and say, you know what, this is how white people are by and large?
Well, to be fair, Italians weren't white until the 1950s.
Fair. Sean, fair. Here's the thing. Don't let it get lost. Sav, here's the thing. But because Hamp said this earlier, we also romanticized the white savage movies. How many rappers named themselves after those Italian mob guys, right? This is my point. But those white people or Italian people or whatever they were, they don't romanticize us. They dog us out and demonize us for doing the same shit that they romanticize when people like them do it. Do you get it now or do you have another stupid rebuttal? I'm sorry, I take that back. Not stupid. I'm sorry. I apologize. Do you get it now or do you have another rebuttal?
You said Italians weren't white until the 1950s. Were Italians considered white when those movies were made?
Which movies?
All the mobster movies. What do you mean, which movies?
You talking about like Casino, like that?
I was talking about the mafia movies, and then you went to Italians not becoming white until 1950.
Yeah. So Italians were white in the 80s when those movies were made.
So why does it matter when they became white?
Well, you started this argument off by the 1930s, and the Valentine Day Massacre was the start of your whole premise.
See, I'm saying, Sam, again, the mob movies versus movies like Paid in Full. Black people romanticize the mob movies and Paid in Full. White people romanticize the mob movies and turn their nose up to Paid in Full and people who operate like them. Do you understand it now?
Yeah, so making a movie about anything is romanticizing. Is that what you're saying?
Jesus.
What we're saying is who introduced us to violence was a bunch of white people. Y'all introduced us to that shit, nigga. I had never seen no guns like that, nigga, till I saw them movies. Never. You know what I'm saying? And I saw that shit, look, long before I wanted to be like the disciples, nigga, I wanted to be like Gotti. Nigga, I got Gotti on my arm right now, Sean Gotti. I wanted to be like Gotti, nigga, long before I wanted to be like Hoover. Long before.
Do you know who Jesse James is?
Yes.
Do you know when he died, people were crying? And he literally was a bank train robbing, murdering son of a bitch.
Correct.
And when he died, white people were crying, and they have made dozens of movies fantasizing his escapades. And yet those same people turn their nose up and have negative shit to say about black people who do the same thing. Do you understand the problem now?
Yeah, so the people that were crying when he died they didn't like the banks. They felt that the banks were getting their due justice.
So they had a reason. Thank you for letting us know. Do you get the point now?
Yeah, but the point of it is those white people crying then has nothing to do with today.
It doesn't. I've taken you all the way back to the early 1900s. We've been in the 30s. We've been in the 50s. We've been in the 80s. Just trying to get you to concede one point that black people, while romanticizing Paid in Full, also romanticize Scarface. But white people, while romanticizing The Godfather, turn their nose up at Paid in Full. Do you see the problem now?
I don't.
Okay, there it is. Thank you for just saying that. So now, Mr. Fantastic and the rest of the black conservatives, do y'all understand now why I'm saying we have to address this? This is what I mean. Right? It's 212 of them and only 42 million of us. So most of our information is going to come from people who look like him. So and it's going to come from a person who is telling you that they can't understand or reconcile one demographic of people romanticizing a criminality when the people look like them and shunning it when the people don't look like them. And then the other demographic of people just romanticizing it regardless to who's doing it.
Yeah, you proved my point earlier, and that's the problem. Y'all just proved this point about romanticization. The romanticization has to happen by the people, not by the producers. Because if the producers make some shit that people don't like, it can't be romanticized. So he beat y'all ass there. Then Sean made it worse.
Hold on. Fantastic. Romanticizing is not in. Hold on. Let's go back and forth real quick. Fantastic. Romanticizing is not indicative of regurgitating the behavior. So it makes no difference what the hell I watch. I could watch every Godfather movie every day. That don't mean I'm out in the streets.
No. You're right. But you're doing what you do so aptly well, Beans. Now you're leaving out the other part. Now, what is it when you do with exactly what you're seeing on the screens and you take it to the streets? What is that?
But that's not necessarily regurgitation.
That's romanticization. Hold on. That's romanticization and emulation, which was the point I made before y'all even got here. So the point I made before y'all got here is that niggas love criminality no matter who's doing it. Sean said he got a white Italian man's name on his arm because he wanted to be John Gotti. Okay?
Absolutely. But
that's no disrespect, Sean. But that's just hold on. Let me get my bro. I wasn't even up here. Let me get my shit off. I promise you know I'll get right back to you.
I'm just trying to get you to tell us what point that's proven, because I don't understand the point that's proven.
The romanticization point that y'all tried to kick Savage out and say that wasn't romanticization. That's exactly what it is.
I literally conceded to him. Fantastic. I literally agreed and conceded to him.
Okay. Cool, great. So now we can move forward to the part of the other people who likes it, who don't like it. Why you're blaming white people for having the common sense of doing what niggas can't do and being able to separate reality from fantasy. That's not a bad thing. You're not supposed to. What do you mean? How? If I can tell you, Beans. I tell you, true story. So Beans, Superman came out. You were a little older than me. 80s, right? Though 80s.
Yeah, absolutely.
You remember the first Superman, Christopher Reeve Superman, before he fucking had a horse accident, and
no doubt. Yeah.
Guess what I did, Beans? I watched the fucking Superman movie, and I jumped off my grandma's porch just like Superman. One arm out, one arm tucked in front of me, Beans, and guess what happened? I broke my motherfucking wrist. That's the problem, Beans. When you do shit you see on the motherfucking movies, because you're a child, you have a child's mind, and you can't differentiate the difference between reality and fantasy. That's what you do. As an adult, though, you're not supposed to do the shit on the motherfucking movies in real life, because ain't no response, ain't no gulag, and your ass don't got invincibility, brother. That's what I'm saying. Niggas are fantastic at 6 years old and for life. Like, it's niggas to this day that live. Go ahead, Bean. My bad.
Wait, listen, but fantastic. Think about it like this. So, when did Boys in the Hood come out? Boys in the Hood came out 91, right?
Early 90s, yeah.
Menace to Society, 92, maybe 93.
92, right? 93, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So all of those movies came out. Guess what Beans was at? In the house on the Nintendo. Okay? You know when Beans started hustling? When Beans' mama kicked him out and he got around his hustling ass father and uncles and brothers who was hustling. And I started hustling. It has shit to do with it being in the movies. I'm saying, like, we can romanticize it, but I'm saying we not selling drugs because in the movies they sell drugs. We sell drugs because we have access to the drugs. That's why we sell the drugs. We look around and we see the other people moving and doing the same thing in our own communities. It ain't about the movies. What we were talking about, and the point that we were trying to illustrate, Sean, I'm going to take credit for Sean's point, is that it's viewed differently. Why is it viewed so differently when these skin of people doing it versus when these skin of people doing it? I just conceded to the argument that we romanticize it to that point. Every rapper want to be Scarface, Manolo, all this other shit, Gotti, right? We romanticize them all, but they don't romanticize us. They demonize us while romanticizing their own fantastic. Now I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Saf. Do you see the issue with that?
No, I don't see the issue with it, because you're couching it in a way to make your argument. You're not truly telling it like it is, like I did. White people aren't romanticizing. Tell me the white man named Gotti that's not a Gotti. They don't do that. That because they have fathers and they understand the importance of their own last name and all these different things, they don't go around calling themselves other criminals.
Well, just because they don't romanticize themselves in the same way don't mean they don't romanticize. You just made an argument about the fact that they make the movies, and if nobody liked the movies, they wouldn't make the movies. We go see the movies. Do I have to talk about how much The Godfather is held up as one of the greatest movies of all time by white people?
Okay,
it is absolutely romanticized.
Okay, so guess what outsold The Godfather? The fucking Avengers Endgame. Or niggas out here searching for the Infinity Stones, Beans. It's entertainment, nigga. It's fucking entertainment, bro. Stop telling me.
That means it's entertainment when it's black people.
Totally different era. Wow.
Right?
That's the same thing. Even
like
then,
James Winston was better than John Elway because he threw for 5,000 yards in a different era.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that wouldn't be different era. That would be regardless. That's like one of the biggest grossing movies of all time, period. So the example I'm making, though, is even still, we can go back to when Superman came out and Batman came out. Hell, Spider-Man. Let me go first. Spider-Man was the first blockbuster superhero shit to do crazy numbers. Ridiculous, right? Would you ever fucking compare? Did you see people in fucking New York City buying a costume and fucking swinging off the Empire State? No, motherfucker.
This is wrong. You're comparing movies that people would take their kids to go see and comparing those numbers to an adult movie that no kids would have went to see. But the adults absolutely did. The adults absolutely did, and they still every day I turn on my TV, one of those damn Godfather movies is on.
I got you. So let's move to reality, right? So now let's go to Fast and Furious. Again, another fucking series that's one of the greatest grossing series of fucking all time. That's a family thing, whole family fucking affair. All right? Is that satisfying or is that better?
Is it violence in the Fast and the Furious?
Yes, there is, but not a lot.
Okay, so-
But it's definitely violence there.
Okay, so but this is what I'm saying. Fantastic. The only question that we can't get y'all to answer directly is this one. Why don't you see it as a problem? Because you won't admit it, but then you do. If the white people romanticize white violence, demonize black violence, when black people just romanticize violence across the board.
You have not shown me where white people are romanticizing it outside of supporting the media. The way we keep trying to, I'm not saying
That's
I'm
what
gonna
we've
speak
been
for
talking
myself.
about the whole time. Fantastic is the media.
Okay, well that's what I'm trying to tell you. Simply enjoying something in its nature, in its like as art, is not romanticizing it.
That's the argument that I made. And then I just conceded to Savage's point because him and Sean was having a back and forth. But I'm saying I just conceded to it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not being disingenuous. That's what I'm saying. Like I've just been trying to get to the point. If you can you acknowledge that they romanticize the shit? You saying
and
no?
I'm telling because that's the definition of
romanticization. Don't romanticize either, right?
Yes, they do, because not only you take the art beyond itself and you bring it into the real world. That's the ultimate romanticization.
The art is imitating the real world. Fantastic.
The real world already exists before the movie comes out.
Boys in the Hood was not art presenting to life. That was life being imitated in art. Menace to Society, life being imitated in art. Paid in Full, literally true story of life being imitated in art.
Well, Beans, keep it on the Italians, right? As an example, in Goodfellas, that heist that they did, the Latanza heist, was really a rendition of the real Latanza. You know what I mean? So the story comes from what they did in the earth already.
Absolutely.
Same thing with Casino.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, you know the mafia members were heroes in their hoods, just like our drug dealers were.
Yeah, to Italians, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like
it was.
Go ahead,
so again, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is this: the way I guess we're defining romanticization different. What I'm saying is this: even with the thing you guys saying, okay, it was art imitating life and or vice versa, and both at the same time, right? What I'm saying is, Sean killed y'all's argument when he said, I've never heard or even seen a white person with a Gotti tattoo or a Scarface tattoo or any of these things. And or the most Scarface posters I've seen is in niggas' houses. Right?
But it's not about that. I get what you're saying though, but it's not about that. It's about that the dirty whites, the stupid whites, the trailer park whites, the ones who have no future, you know what I'm saying? The sister fuckers, they commit a bunch of crime and do a bunch of drugs. They do a bunch of shit.
Drugs.
They're fucking degenerates. And they're degenerates on another level. Like most of the crimes in this country are committed by the dirty whites. But yet the propaganda, you know what I'm saying? The media doesn't make it seem as if most of the crimes are committed by the dirty, stupid fucking whites.
Why is this nigga walking in the middle of the street? There's literally a nigga walking in the middle of the street right here in like, I don't know, but anyway. Just belaboring this. I swear to God.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Beat his ass. Hey, man, stop giving Fantastic ammunition.
Mr. Fantastic. Now, there's a show called Peaky Blinders, right? And now there's a meme out. I don't know if y'all hit the Peaky Blinders, but it's like basically the old school, like mafia. You know, they wear the same little suits, you know, the Tommy guns and everything like that.
Yeah, I don't know what that shit is. I don't know, but go ahead.
Right, but they wear the pinstripe suits, you know what I'm saying? They have the little Tommy guns and everything, right? Now it's a meme. It's a meme that's like taking over where dudes are going out dressed like these guys, having fake Tommy guns, walking down the street just to get people's reactions.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't exist, but it must not be big enough if I haven't seen it, brother. And I swear to God, I've seen plenty of white boy like viral things, so I haven't seen this thing you're talking about yet.
But Mr. Fantastic, I think you have to also consider that during this time, especially coming through the 70s and the 80s, we didn't have a whole lot of representation on TV as it were, right? So, and in the movies. So, you know, people, especially young people, might have been looking towards the small screen and the big screen for something, you know, kind of to attach themselves to as far as representation goes. But because if you fast forward and you go into the 80s and you think about when Cosby Show came out and A Different World, did you do the research on how much college enrollment spiked like
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. Once a different world started, yeah, it had a it's not just college, being specifically HBCUs. So
Yeah.
Bill Cosby is almost single-handedly responsible for HBCUs getting the jump start that it got for the 80s, 90s type shit. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Once you gave this demographic of people something positive to attach themselves to, they started doing it in droves. And then you had those who were already attached to the movies like Colors and stuff like that. And what's the one when Deuce got J-Rock shot? You know what I'm talking about? South Central, all these type of movies and stuff. You had people who were coming from that, right? Their family started out in this in the 70s and coming through the 80s. And, like you say, in the hood, and Sherelle was pointing to this a little bit earlier when she said, like, we know who is who. They know who is who when they're young. Fantastic. When I was 14, 15, trying to get into the gangs, all of the gang heads was telling me, man, if you don't get the hell out of here, if you don't take your ass to school, man, smack me across my head, kicking me and shit. They was trying to push me away because they knew I wasn't really built for it. They knew you couldn't really put no gun in my hand and make me go shoot nobody. They knew I wasn't breaking in nobody's crib, right? I wasn't really that kid. I was a kid. I was still a kid, and they could see it, right? So there's some other kids, though. They was immediately putting guns in their hands, immediately handing them the packs because they could tell them niggas was built for that shit. Right? Sometimes we are cut from the cloth that we cut from. So the point is that, yeah, we have that demographic, just like the mob had their demographic, the KKK had their demographic, all our quote unquote degeneracy in across races. We have our demographics, whether that's 10, 20, or 30%, whatever you want to say the number is, but it's not indicative of the whole. That's the major point. And the fact that we can go online or go into regular media and see way more content about white people that's non-degenerate than we can about black people is a problem as it pertains to propaganda.
And again, then we have to come down to is it that it's propaganda, or is it just that's what the way it is? When you look at the statistics of the thing, there's an overrepresentation of black people in criminality. I'm not saying that, like Sean said, shout out to Sean, the biggest drug addicts are white people. The biggest crime committers overall are white people by far. But the thing is where it gets dirty and clean. Hell, like y'all said, is white collar crime, blue collar crime, no collar crime, motherfucking dirty wife beater and ketchup stains crime. It's all the same. The white criminals is criminals. I don't differentiate for real. But what I'm saying is this, and this is where it starts getting murky, right? When you look at specific shit, violence, and then especially major cities, because a substantial number of black people reside in those cities. That is what makes the shit look bad. It's the optics of it, to where you're no one's getting the motherfucking stats for Tupelo, Mississippi beans. And that shit, I promise you, is 99% black people, right? But because those cities aren't populated cities, right? And there's not a lot of stuff going on there, you're not going to get national news stories there. Shit, it's just been some crazy shit happening down in Alabama here not too recently that people from Alabama have been talking about. But if you don't know about it for Alabama, you'll never hear about it because it's fucking Alabama. Only thing you know about Alabama is fucking Roll Tide. That's it. You feel me? All the crime and shit they got going on over there, you'll never know because nobody's gonna cover that. But when you talk about Chicago, Atlanta, tri-state area, Philly, New York, Jersey, all that shit, you have a substantial number of black people there, and a lot of the news story and stuff that happens there is going to be reported. I think it's more so the true report, not over-reporting, of just major areas that you're going to see. And then, like you said, the meth labs, when they're big enough, I've seen those stories. I can't speak for anybody else up here, but I've seen national meth lab bust stories. Okay, absolutely. But like Sean said, the dirty fucking trailer park in fucking Idaho, nobody's gonna report on that shit. The probably 90% of the trailer park is junkies, right? And brother cousins or some shit. But absolutely, we'll never hear about it.
Was until Eminem came out.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not that the white stuff isn't being reported is that the white people are the majority of people. And I don't even think we look at this a lot of the time, right? Bro, there are 5 times more white people than us, which means there's like 4 times more white people than Hispanics. And if you go down to Asians and whatever else, it's like 10 times more white people than Asians, bro. The majority that white people have, we don't even put that in the proper context. So even their minority is a majority for us, right? It's only 47 million of us. That's what I think that might be. Definitely not half. Somewhere between 20 and 30% of white people. You feel me?
Yep. But see, this is what I'm saying. That right there. This is what I hate that people don't do. And I know you want to get Aaron in here. Hamp. But this think about what you just said, right? You just talked about these areas that's not making the news, right? Like places like this place in Mississippi that you described that's 99% black and this and that, right? So think about how many more places are white and ain't no black people there, and they ain't on the news at all. Well, I live in Iowa, right? It was like it's one of those places where it's like the one major town and then like 7 other small towns 20 miles out in either direction, right? And so in every other small town, they had their little section of meth heads. They had their crack users over here, you know, their heroin users over there, right? And it was very, very small because the towns themselves were really small. But y'all don't know about that. They didn't have a great prison population, right? They weren't out there raiding people's houses and driving in and knock warrants and all of that type of stuff. They caught people when they caught them, right? It was what it was. So my point is this: if we can acknowledge that it's a lot of the country that's not even being reported, that also would go to white people based on how much more of them there are. So when we say we're overrepresented when it comes to criminality, that's based on the fact that they're doing the most policing in urban areas. That's where the police is at. That's where they chasing down the drugs at. That's where they getting behind you and running your plates at and all the other shit. And down here in Louisville, I've been here for 9 years. Fantastic. I swear, I've been saying this since I've been here and it hasn't changed. I can count on one hand how many times I've actually seen a car pulled over. They just don't do it down here. You see what I'm saying? They just not riding around, getting behind people, running their plates and shit, because it's just a bunch of mixed ass people, black, white, Mexican, everything else, everybody working, everybody cutting lawn on the weekends and shit. People got kids and family. They not trying to just ruin your damn life here. But in the major city, Chicago, where it's 3.5, yeah, we need to ruin some of these niggas' lives. Philadelphia, Baltimore, we need to ruin some of these lives. New Orleans, New York City, Compton, we need to ruin some of these niggas' lives. Just why can't we just accept that that's the truth, bro? It just is what it is. I'm not trying to shit on America. America is a very lovely fucking place, but it's still, if you don't, I always want to ask you this, fantastic. I'm gonna be quiet, Aaron, so you can get in. Did you believe them when the report came out that the Black Panthers had broken into the office of the FBI and found out about COINTELPRO, and that J. Edgar Hoover said that America needed to do whatever it needed to do to prevent the rise of a black messiah? Do you believe that report?
No.
Why not?
Because Black Panthers to break into the FBI headquarters is ridiculous, bro. Stop it.
That's how they found out about COINTELPRO. They broke into the offices and they leaked the documents to the media, and the media started reporting on it. You can Google this.
So who was the white man that was given? I thought the white dude was given the what's name before Congress.
You talking about J. Edgar Hoover?
No, not J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover fucking died and disappeared. I'm talking about the guy that ended up doing the report. I'm mixing up two different things. Yeah, I'm talking about the shit in the 80s.
You know, COINTELPRO was when they were trying to sabotage all of the quote unquote black movements at the time, right? But I'm asking you, do you believe that the statement that is being reported that J. Edgar Hoover said we need to prevent the rise of another black messiah?
I can believe that. I can believe that statement. I don't buy niggas breaking into the FBI headquarters though.
Okay. If he meant that then, do you think that that's just not in play anymore? Do you think that the government in itself, or whatever resources or whatever traps or whatever whatever procedures or whatever may have been in place to prevent that, the rise of a black messiah. I mean, you were alive for Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Like when Tupac got killed, then you feel like there's some bullshit.
No. I didn't have an attachment to any rappers like that. I understand what you're saying, but the actual thing of deleting people at this point, I don't believe in. I think they do a fine job of that with the Sexy Reds and the the King Bonds and all these other things. Again, if you get niggas addicted to niggerdom, you put the niggas in front of them that are going to be most detrimental. They try to emulate and be like them, and it just helps you prevent them from even having a messiah because they praise any and everything that's anti-positivity. I don't think there'll ever be another Malcolm X because Malcolm X spoke too much truth about accountability on both sides, especially for the women. Black women not going to allow that to happen. The government and the government has it's a point. Go ahead, Sean. My bad.
I swear you just illustrated the propaganda with the last 20 words you just said too, just for the record. I agree with everything you said too. I agree with everything you said.
I'm not I acknowledge, like I said, I talk about this stuff at length, man. I understand two sides of the same coin. Selected, not elected. I go about this stuff ad nauseum, right? But at the same time, there's a responsibility of the people. If you really want to do that shit, bro, nothing's gonna stop you from doing it. That's my thing. If niggas wanted this shit, tomorrow we can start it. But niggas don't want to start it because it's too much work and it's not fun. So,
but to what degree though? That's been my question: is to what degree? If you're acknowledging that the dominant society is 5 times more populated than we are, then what is winning for black people? Because it can't be equal to white people. We can't never be equal to the people who outnumber us by 5. So what does the win look like?
Being non-dependent, being able to operate like other groups of people operate at much smaller numbers, being able to operate like the J people do, being able to operate like Asians do, being able to operate like Arabs do. Like the brother said earlier, Phoenix, right? Being able to have somewhat of our own police force. Of course, being within the thing, there should be no town when there's a predominantly black town with a non-black, predominantly black police force. But when you say fuck 12 and fuck the police, now you're discouraging black boys from being the people you need to be in the community. So again, like I say, we're counterproductive, and we're kneecapping ourselves in a lot of these things with the mentality that we have, which goes back to the romanticization aspect, because we romanticize criminality. The opposition to criminality is what? Law and order.
But
so until niggas get what? I'm sorry,
not trying to accuse you of this. I'm not trying to accuse you of this, even though I want to, but I'm not going to. But if the loudest voices from black people, in particular, the more successful ones who tend to be black conservatives, are, I'm not fucking with you just because you black. And it ain't all about blackity, blackity, black. They shame you for even having the blackity black or the black power or black anything or being woke as it pertains to being black. If we shaming people for that, then how we gonna turn around and say, but you need to move like the Jays, and you need to move like the Asians, and you need to move like these other people who are absolutely the blackity blacks of their race. They absolutely move like that.
Nah, so this is a common misconception. I'm glad you brought it up. We got to get the other people in here. I'm against pro-blacks and blackity blacks as certain individuals that walk it but don't talk it. It's good to talk shit about the white man and focus on the white man only, and never tell the black people what we need to do. Those are the blackity blacks I'm against. The blackity blacks are, it's the white man's fault, it's the white man's fault, it's the white man's fault. The people that actually care about black people, I fuck with them all day. I'm one of those. I want black people to make it. I want black people to make it, not even for me. I plan on at some point in time, I'm going to have grandkids and great grandkids I never get to see. Okay. I'm looking way beyond my existence. Okay. I see how this shit could go, but more likely how it's going to go. And if we keep headed down the path we on, it's not going to be anything good. And it's my responsibility to plan for my lineage I don't even know about. So I talk about a lot of this shit at length. We've talked about it on here. I talk about it on my own. But like I said, niggas not trying to hear that, bro. I tell niggas, hey, look, bro, you need to do this, 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 and this. One of the biggest things. Y'all hate it. Listen, if we had an influx of 20% of young black boys join the military just for one term, 4 years, do you understand how big of not just an economic aspect, economic, education, all kinds of different things that will have? But niggas don't want to do that because you working for the white man. I'm not finna have the white man telling me what to do. You military niggas is this, you sellouts, y'all oppressing other countries and shit. And it's just like, okay, man, well, hey, I told you, I gave you the game, I gave you the information. If you don't want to do it, I'm not gonna just keep yelling at niggas that don't want to hear the shit. So this is what happens when you say you give the fucking solution. If the solution's not fun, if the solution's not quick, niggas not trying to hear it. Point blank period.
Aaron, please jump in before I start talking again. Appreciate you, fantastic. I mean, you make me think I love it.
Yeah, no problem. First of all, greetings to the panel, TJ HAMP, chat, audience. So I would be careful about being against the black people who highlight the transgressions of white folks simply because of that. Two things can be needed at the same time. Look at how when you talk about women, they like to complain about, all you do is complain about women. What about addressing the men? How about we got to do both, right? So same thing with this case. Both things have to occur because the what's the word of the day? The propaganda techniques were two-sided, right? They criminalized what we were doing while romanticizing what they were doing. If we were to take the top 4 or 5 criminal elements in America and look at their origination, they're all pretty much the same. If you look at the Bloods and the Crips, they came from the Black Panthers, which was a militarized organization to protect against the oppression of the government. If you look at MS-13, same story with the El Salvador community. If you look at the Mafia, La Cosa Nostra, the small families, was to protect business owners of Sicily after the unification of Sicily to mainland Italy. It allowed them to maintain their culture. If you look at the Yakuza, same exact thing. It was the Yakuza being a branch of the samurai protecting the emperor and the culture of the emperor of Japan from feudal the feudal reign in Japan, right? Feudalism. Same thing. Even the biker community, right? That was former military members getting together and forming a protective entity for themselves, especially in Vietnam, where people, if you wore a uniform, people would throw bricks at you. So if you look at the origination of all these different organized crime elements, you'll see that there's a righteous element that's responsible for where they started. Now, what happened through the matriculation of the life of these organizations? Well, the Black Crips and Bloods were criminalized, right? And any letter agency association, especially the FBI, is with the intent to destroy or crush what was built there. But any letter agency or affiliation with the Mafia was by virtue of making payments, let's be honest, allowed them into the legal sector with the unions and ownership of casinos and things. If you look at the way these things are depicted in film, whether it's the Mafia, whether it's the Yakuza, they're all very much sensationalized and stylized, right? But the Black community is put out as something to be feared. And I think MS-13 kind of splits the difference. It could be looked at as one or the other, leaning towards something to be feared and criminalized. But here in America, the Black organized crime element, which traces its roots to the same place all these other ones did, a community protecting itself from the oppression, we're looked at as criminalized, a criminal element, where the other ones are looked at as someone that took what was supposed to be righteous, made it criminal, and then used that to leverage into something legal and prosperous, like the Mafia, like the Russian mob, right? Same story. They were trying to escape communism, came here, and now they own a bunch of real estate. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why we don't see the double-edged sword that is the propaganda machine. And we have to attack it with a double-edged sword, which is to say, yes, we have to hold niggas accountable for nigga shit, But we also have to not let history repeat itself and let it be known that we're here because we were put here by design. We cannot let that fact go either. Both things have to occur at the same time.
Bingo.
Man, listen, bro.
Bingo. Wait, Aaron
Jealous
caught
of you.
everything. Clock that.
Jealous of you, man. I hope your glasses break.
You know what? A big thing, Aaron, with the other cultures, they could absorb them into whiteness. With this,
there's an assimilation. Yes, exactly.
You got to dismantle that shit because they can't absorb it.
And
if you look at
one of the things
if you look at Tulsa King,
ain't trying to absorb dominant trait. No, because dominant trait erased this recessiveness.
Absolutely.
No, you need to be destroyed.
Absolutely. That
if you can't be absorbed,
you said
need
it.
To be destroyed.
You said it.
Hey man, shout out to Big Aaron, man, for coming through and restating, you know what I'm saying, those points, man. Look, Aaron, I'm glad we're in alignment, man. I'm glad we're in alignment, man. Hey, look, from now on, I need Aaron to translate from now on because Aaron could agree with us and they go agree with it. You know what I'm saying?
And they can't say he broke.
They was just arguing against.
Y'all doing it. Y'all doing a lot of credit to Aaron. He learned the shit from me. DC Slam with a $5 says, Sean and Beans are provocateurs. Please read the meaning live on air so they can hear it. At HAMP and at Mr. Fantastic. What's popping, DC Slim? I ain't seen you in a couple of days. Matreon with the $2 says, how did NASCAR start? I don't know. Baby Sneak with the $5 says, gangs, mafia, yakuza, mobs, cartels, tribes, and cults all exist today. They just move and display themselves differently based on society's point of view. Lil Podcast Nation Business with the $2 says, broke boys extend the show also. See, Rich with the 20 ball says, just dropped the science on Freezy's channel. Salute to Freezy the other day. White folks stole quote unquote black fatigue from a black woman, and now we arguing amongst ourselves like we the problem. No, I think it's just an assessment. I think it's actually a pretty good exercise. Gloria with the $5 says he actually called for the KKK. Is it what you're trying to say? Of 60% of white people, and nobody disagrees. Unbelievable. Ezekiel. What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was. Salute to Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building, gifting 1 membership. Shalom, whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. In the building with the 100 boy, he says, Terrell and Beans for president and vice president. Cut my life. My bad. Perfect. And this is to extend the Li, salute to Li and Bravo Tech who extended the show. That was awesome. The dialogue, I had to do something, but y'all were definitely holding it down. Granny with the $2 HAMP, I can't do it. No, man. Other people got to contribute. You know what I mean? Tribal Chief in the building. Tribal Chief with been a member for 11 months. Shit like that. Best show on YouTube. Perfect. No one managing the panel like him. Salute, brother. Boot Mr. Williams for me, though. Perfect. He always going after Mr. Williams, boy. Don Winkler with the $10 says, just because I appreciate the channel and the quality conversations you and your panel guests always partake in. Salute. Perfect. Don in the building. Appreciate you 100%. Just Gems with the $2. The chicks you love eat much worse. She's defending the statue and all that. Okay, this was Reaper talking to No Phoenix. And AL, what up, AL with the $2? Kennedy's came from Irish Mafia. Okay. I gotta go to the gym. We got a few minutes. No, we got like 2 minutes. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Yeah, to answer that super chat, where NASCAR came from. I'm doing this because, the car community. It came from Prohibition rum runner cars. After Prohibition, they had these souped up cars that they used to run from police, to run rum, and now they had to figure out what are we going to do with them now. They took them to the beach and ran them in a circle in competition. Now we have NASCAR.
Indeed. Salute to Aaron. He is a savant. Sean, what up?
Yo, look. This is the simple way to have this conversation. Anytime you find yourself agreeing with the white person, and more importantly, agreeing with CJ and not smart CJ. You know what I'm saying? Not North Carolina CJ. You're on the wrong side of the argument. I guarantee you're wrong.
Wow. CJ, you gotta have a one-on-one with this dude sooner or later, bro. No, Phoenix, what up, my G? Good to see you. Good to meet you. Welcome. Any final thoughts? Or is he frozen? No Phoenix to want to get into the podcast game. He get a bad start, boy. Yo,
he moving.
Worse than me.
Yeah, fact. Come on, no Phoenix. Come on, I gotta go, big boy.
My bad, y'all. I was trying to go back and read the chat.
Fuck them chats. Stay out the chat.
So his last thoughts, right?
Yeah.
All right. I think it was a good conversation. I think it was some really good points made. I think it was real fiery with Beans and the other guy. It got real fiery right there.
No Phoenix. But, your commentary. What you think?
Good,
your final thoughts. Your final
back
thoughts.
Again and engage a little more.
No doubt. Good job. If you thought that was fiery, you. It's all good. Beans.
I just don't feel like. I don't feel like it was that engaging. I feel like we could have got. I feel like we could have got a little more. You know what I'm saying? Intense. That's how I like to get it. I like to get it intense. Talk about.
You got a delay, bro.
More issues. You know what I'm saying? Talk about the diaspora, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think you realize that you won't get everything in one show. And I think it's very important to stick on topic. Like there was one thing that you wanted to introduce. However, it would have derailed us. So we had to bring it back in. But the more you come up here, the more that you'll get acclimated and we'll definitely hit on the topics you want to hit on. Beans, what up?
Perfect.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to say salute to Fantastic for a great exchange. I always appreciate them. Salute to my man Sean for coming up and never being afraid to speak the way he speak, even though he is also a capitalist douchebag. Shout out to my main man Aaron for always clarifying things in such a eloquent way. I'm surprised you're not a professor somewhere.
He is. Come on.
Shout out to Sherelle because I heard you snatched your wig off on the show recently. That was very brave of you, unless they was talking about another Sherelle.
Yeah, she better not.
And then Hamp as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for not blocking me.
What? Sherelle.
Another one. Shout out to Aaron because you definitely came up and concluded everything that we was trying to say. You know, we passionate. Chicago, New Orleans people, we're very passionate, you know, so sometimes we get missed in our translation. You know, shout out to HAMP for providing the space. Because a lot of these topics just be my mind, my brain. Shout out to the niggas who don't got one of their own. Other than that, y'all did great today. Y'all really did great. Everybody had good point of views, even if it disagreed, and we all boiled it down. Y'all heard me? It all boiled down to a beautiful conversation. So thank y'all.
100%. Mr. Fantastic to us, have him say perpendicular to those
RZA looking nigga. Say that nigga look like RZA.
Oh no.
Look like
his internet's too bad. We can't joke with him because his internet's too bad.
Yeah. Hey, we on niggas ass in the Discord, boy. Y'all come in that Discord, all you shit talking.
Hey, Rainbow, I had got distracted. I was doing payroll for my guys and shit, and all I could hear is fucking Beans and Fantastic sounding like the goddamn Charlie Brown and them niggas. So I apologize, but it sounded like they was decently cordial. So I apologize that I had to got distracted, man. But I think it was a great show, man. It's just interesting to look at propaganda in several different ways from several different lenses. And the truth is, I think that since it's almost like it could be argued, I think that we have to do a self-assessment for the simple fact that we put enough bullshit out there for them to leverage against us, even if it's disingenuous. The fact that people can even make it seem like it makes sense is the thing that we understand that there's a flaw there and we got to address it directly as much as possible. And at the same time, call out the bullshit, salute to Aaron. Right? Wow. I'm going to the gym. A lot of y'all niggas need to follow me there, but I ain't gonna tell nobody else. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Jumping the Discord is gonna be popping after this. I promise you. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we